What is going on? Hope you guys had a good day. Or possibly starting your day good, hopefully. I don't know. Guys are all over the place. You guys should be all in one time zone. That way it makes things easier. So yeah, we got a quite an interesting bomb dropped a minute ago. I don't have my audio on this one. Give me a second here. Output capture. I think it's that one. Maybe. No, that's not it. Is that me? This one. So I don't need this one. That one's not doing anything. There we go. I think that's doing the music. But yeah, apparently Disney is getting into the animes. Yay. Now granted, they're already doing, like, they did Ghibli a long time ago. They obviously did the Star Wars thing, which is what they pretty much put their money into, using the Star Wars property, but yeah, now they're apparently going to be licensing stuff that's not theirs that is coming up, like television anime series. So that's going to be interesting. Very, very interesting to have them in the mix. Let's just say they aren't they rank a little bit worse than Sony when it comes to certain things, so we'll see. Hopefully they're mindful about what they license, that's all I'll say. But yeah. So today I planned for Tier List Thursday. We had a lot of requests to do studios. We had a lot of requests to do Isekais. And I figured for October, doing horror would probably be a fitting thing. I was thinking about doing thriller too, but maybe another time. That would be a lot more complicated. I mean, granted, I guess there's equally as many thrillers, but it's more, I guess, speculative what you can choose in a thriller list or not, because a lot of things get labeled thriller that some people might not see as being a thriller, but that'd be a lot of fun. But with that said, I think I'll wait on the studio one for right now. Let's do what I got pulled up here. Let's do Isekai first. I think Isekai would be fun to do first. I think a lot of people probably already got my perspective on Isekais, because I know I've done a video on Isekais before, so. Let's see. So I had to build this list. Like, pretty much every list that I do now, I'm pretty much building, because it doesn't seem like people include a lot of shows that they should be including. But, yeah, I built this one from the ground up on Isekai. Some of them I threw in the list, not really sure if I'm going to quantify them as Isekai. Mainly because some of them are, I guess, that element of what do you consider Isekai? Is it forced transfer, or is it allowed to be if you're just in another world as you're choosing? Inuyasha is a really good example. Would you call Inuyasha an Isekai because she's technically going there and going back? Like, she can choose to go there. Sword Art Online, is it Isekai when she technically Well, not she. Well, technically, there is she's. They technically put on a headset and go to the world. Granted, there's times when they get actually stuck there. We can do Magical Chris tier list if you want. Not sure what that would include. What would Magical Chris be in for the tier list? Would that be amazing or great or so-so? I'm not sure if many people want to see a Magical Chris. Some would claim that he is quite magical. He's a very magical brother. But yeah, any rate, so yeah, let's kick it off. I have quite a bit in here. Like I said, some of them we can debate at the time if it should be an Isekai or not. Chris is an S+, or Magical Chris is an S+. Magical Chris is an S+. Let's see here. Starting things off, we have El Hazard. El Hazard is kind of in the nostalgia area. I got the nostalgia glasses for El Hazard. That was one series that I got into directly after I watched Tenchi Muyo. I believe it's the same artist, or I'm not sure if it may be the same writer too. But I have quite a bit of Tenchi Muyo artists in here and stuff. But now El Hazard, I mean, honestly, critically, it's okay. It's not bad. It's just kind of okay. It's, like I said, very early Isekai fantasy stuff. So very early stages of the tropes, going there, becoming the hero kind of stuff. But it definitely does have a lot of nostalgia for me. Watered down Tenchi Muyo, exactly. Nobunaga Concerto. How many people actually watched Nobunaga Concerto? I feel like I'm the only person that watched it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, Yahoo. Is like, yeah, just being transported somewhere where you're not normal for you. It's the fish out of water story, essentially. As long as the world is different that you're going to, I don't necessarily know that it has to have some sort of forced and restricted transportation. That was the big question mark. But anybody watch Nobunaga Concerto? Am I completely alone on that one? And it sucks because it has an amazing ED, by the way. If you don't watch Nobunaga Concerto, just search for the ED, because it's is it My First Story? I think it was My First Story that did that song. Really great. I really liked Nobunaga Concerto. Now, granted, I think it was Rotoscope. It had a really weird art style to it. But I really liked it. Did you drop it? Was it just not working for you, or is it just bad for you, Yahoo? It's like I said, I'm trying to remember exactly what, because I seem to remember the first episode wasn't that great. It was like Brainiac kid falls off the side of something, ends up there. Wasn't really a snagging beginning, but it was one of those shows that by the end of it, I was like, I really want more of this, and as you can tell, nothing more came of it. So it's kind of like one of those ones where it was really good to me, but it never got a continuation, and I don't think it, at this point, never will. It's probably like, what, 2016? It was way back there. So I'm going to put that in great. I really liked it. Well, yeah, that's the good point there, Grant, because I've literally watched almost every single Isekai, and that's not really much. Granted, Isekai became popular recently, and so people make the argument that it's just because it's all congested in the last couple of years. But like I told people, technically this season we only have 6, whereas normally we have 10 to 15, I think. Dropped it 2 to 3 episodes in, yeah. Yeah, it might be one of those ones where if I go back, and it was technically during the time when I was very much, I wasn't giving many shows a shot. Like, I'd give them like 2 or 3 episodes and I would stop. Whereas now I pretty much try to cover everything. And that was one that actually stuck with, so surprising. Magical Shopping Arcade Ananaboshi, I think it's called. I really like this show. I really want to rewatch it just to see if it holds up. But it was another one that I have a lot of nostalgia for. Very much go to different worlds kind of thing, if I remember correctly. And I seem to remember that was one that was from a big creator too. Yeah, I would definitely say ReZero and Konosuba really sparked it. Hey Sky, how's it going? We were just talking earlier about the fact that Disney is getting into anime. Besides Hulu Plus, or Hulu, which technically has like Funimation titles and stuff, they're actually licensing stuff going forward apparently. So yeah, I don't even remember the name of this show, but it's okay. It's technically about a bunch of girls who are working at a manga shop, and they're trying to fight back the corruption that is erasing manga from the world in light novels. And so they go into the world of the source materials. They had a fantastic episode for Rose and Maiden, an episode for Is the Order Rabbit, so which were really good episodes. Rest of it, not that good. So, and it didn't look good if I remember correctly. No, I haven't watched the PV for Attack on Titan Season 4 or Final Season Part 2. Yeah, it's basically it was a total parody anime. It was a lot of fun for that, but like I said, 2 of the episodes were really funny, and the rest was kind of like me. Hey, Adrian, welcome to the stream. I don't even remember the name of it, but yeah, I remember what it is. I just don't remember the name of it. Tenchi in Tokyo. Technically, a lot of Tenchi has segments where they do different really crazy stuff. Tenchi in Tokyo, I think, was specifically very isekai for the time. Basically, concept is where he gets transported into living with somebody. It was one of my favorite arcs. I think that's pretty controversial. At the time, I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I really did like her as the heroine. But in the end, though, I think it's just kind of... It was really shooting more slice of life than anything, which is what was interesting. It was very much slice of life isekai. Yeah, I'm doing isekai right now, Sky. If you could tell. Do you watch cricket? No. Like the sport cricket? Yeah, I got Lock Horizon in here somewhere. Unfortunately, I'm not going to give my opinion too much on it because I haven't gone back to rewatch and finish it. I think I got pretty close to the end of the previous season, not the last season. This is Dual Parallel Worlds. Dual. We'll just call it Dual. This one I think popped up about the same time something else similar to it popped up. What was it? And it felt funny because it almost felt like a parody to something else that came out at the time. But anyways, it was dorky. The funniest thing about this show, if anybody wants an idea, if they want to watch it, so he goes to this other world. He's transported, and he's the Shinji character, so he has to obviously pilot the mechas to help the other girls. But the mechas will not be controllable unless you are female. So this very interesting scientist on the other side decides to make him a full body suit to make him look like a girl. Obviously, having other things. I seem to remember there was a scene where the girls walk in on them trying it out or something. It was a weird show, but I enjoyed it. I can hear my dog snoring again. So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Anyways, Isekai Quartet, which is an isekai of isekais. I really liked the first season. Didn't care too much for the second season. Is it the one where that he eventually pilots a mech that is basically him in that world? I don't remember that part, but probably. Season 4 Overlord, I haven't seen anything on it. I think the last I heard of those rumors of it being in 2022, but I don't know. It's been what? Shoot, a year and a half since that was announced. It's Question mark. So if I go by season 1, I think it was good. It was good. Lock Horizon didn't age well, like the first season, or just the story as a whole? I'm forgetting the name of this one. Somebody can probably help me with it. It was... Now, this is one of the ones I'm more difficult for me to say if it's Isekai, because they are technically transported to a parallel of their own world, but it's like just a shadow world, and then they fight mechas there and go back to their regular world. So it doesn't really feel like they're going to a completely different world and staying there, but if I had to put it somewhere, I did like that it was hand-drawn mecha anime in an age where everything was CGI. I really didn't like the secondary characters. The girl that was like super grumpy all the time. The grumpy long black hair girl. So now I put that in a so-so area. I got on a couple Discord servers and just lose my love of Lock Horizon in so many ways. Is like the community of Lock Horizon that bad? Hey, I feel like I'm getting a Lock Horizon war in my chat. I haven't even got to Lock Horizon yet, people. I'm not even there yet, and you guys are already fighting about it. Hinamatsuri is a reverse isekai. Well, technically it's time travel, so it probably is not. It probably shouldn't be in the list. If I had to rank it, it'd be amazing, but I don't think it's going to be isekai. Like, because I think they specifically said they're from the future, so it's not them coming to another world. So it's not even reverse isekai. It's just time travel. But it's an amazing show. If anybody has not watched Hinamatsuri, you should watch it. Like I said, there's some stuff in here that I just kind of... It was in a list, and I threw them in there, and I was going to debate them later. Yeah, I think I had my issues with the first season, and I think it got to a point where it wasn't doing anything for me, but I never hated it, Lock Horizon. Again, I'm not at her Lock Horizon yet. This one is Wise Man's Grandchild, I think. Some of these are seriously going to blur together, so you guys might have to yell at me if I'm explain things and it's not the one that I'm talking about. But this one's the Wise Man's Grandchild, where it's the guy's isekai'd, super OP. I know that's completely not telling anything. I think at some point he gets married to a girl, like pretty right off the bat. So that was a very unique thing with this particular series. But I was extremely bored watching it, if I remember correctly. No, the Lock Horizon thing, and we're still getting back to Lock Horizon. Hey, Catherine, how's it going? It was when they started talking about they were in a dungeon, they were talking about like a money pool. And it was like this really long segment of them in this dungeon. And like I said, it's been so long. You like Wise Man's Grandchild? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're not really calling anything terrible here, but yeah, I think it was second season. Alpharetta, thankfully getting a second season, because this is one of those ones where I kind of need to have a second season because the first season was such a build-up. I really hated Alpharetta when I first started it because the beginning segments were absolutely butt-looking. Like, it looked like butt. Worst CGI you can... Not the worst CGI, but some of the worst CGI you would ever see in an isekai. The fun thing is the moment they finally got out of this one area and it started bringing in a bunch of characters, I really started liking it. Like, they actually had the chemistry really build up for it. And it has one of the most funny introductions of a harem character ever. And slight spoilers here for those that are heavy on spoilers. There's a dragon, and they're fighting the dragon, and he pierces this dragon with this big, huge metal rod. And he realizes that she can speak. And she says that he's telling her to revert back to her human form or something like that. And she keeps pleading to him to remove the rod before she changes back because it's not going to look pretty. Best introduction ever. Best introduction ever. Every isekai is the best. That's true. These are all amazing. We'll put them all on the amazing list again. Log Horizon does... We're talking about Log Horizon. I have not had Log Horizon yet. It did some cool stuff with the characters of the world, too, in Log Horizon. I know that was a big thing for us when we were watching it. Anyways, Alpharata, I would go good on it. I think if it had a better beginning part of it, it'd be higher because, like I said, towards the later part, I actually started enjoying it. Bunny Girl's fantastic, but it has a lot of promise going forward, that's for sure. So, How Not to Summon a Demon Lord. I didn't really care for the second season. I thought the second season was pretty boring. The first season was great. I actually really enjoyed the first season, and I think it's because of the characters that it had all together for the first season, whereas the second season, it kind of separates everybody. So the chemistry works great. Comedy and everything's great in the first season. Second season, meh. But with that in mind, I'll probably put the whole 2 seasons in a good category. Really cute characters, though. I really like the characters in that show. He's got a really cute harem. Legends of Galactic Heroes. I watched the remake one. It's been too long since I watched the original one, so I don't remember anything about it. But it's fantastic. It's really good. Let's see here. This is... Didn't I say not to make my powers... Did I say to make my powers average in the other world? Another one that really starts out really good. Really great introduction for it. Yeah, I heard they had a PV out for it. I can't remember if I know I watched the whole thing. I don't remember if I fell off on it or not. Average was surprisingly okay out of 10. What's up, Genghis? But yeah, I really like the main character in the show. It's one of the few, and it's one of the very few female protagonist isekais. I think if you look at what I have down here, it's literally what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 isekais with female characters. 6, 7. So yeah, very rare. 8. Anyways, so I'm gonna put that in the... I honestly don't remember too much about it, so I'm gonna put it there. I think there was a long-running joke in it that got really old too, so... Yeah... Gundam's like cross between political war and technology. But Galactic Heroes is very heavy politics. We haven't got there yet, Derek. Don't skip ahead. We already have chat talking about Log Horizon for the last 20 minutes. I'm not even there yet. Do we even have Log Horizon in the list? Tell me I put it in there. Yeah, I do. Okay. Database. Slime. Oh, you're right, Derek. Never mind. I'm sorry. Slime is next. I completely missed that. I really like Slime. I was very much so disappointed in the last part of this last arc, but I've always liked Slime. I was a little bit disappointed when they had a point, I believe it was in the first part of the second season, where they technically faked out something and the writer did not stick with it. But I did appreciate how much effort was put into resolving it. It wasn't just a, OP main character flash the hands and it fixes. So it kind of recovered itself. Millam's great, so that helps too. I'll put that in great. I don't know. Maybe it'd be great. I think of everything that I have on this list. There's... Yeah, I think I'll put great. I want to do great. It's kind of one of those ones where it's a nice, relaxing... I'm not even sure. Yeah, technically it is political, but it's not heavy political. It's very fun political. Yeah, I think that last part kind of took it down a little bit for me. Still liked it, but a lot of meetings. It's basically the last season was basically meetings. It was the meeting arc. Great's good. Why are you guys mad that it's great? Oh gosh, it's only great. It's only great. Spider, so what? Hold on. Hold on. Add row above. Bad. I have to make a section just for Spider. I'm putting Spider, so what, in the bad category because I believe it was a horrific adaptation. I'm sure it's a fantastic story. Aoyuki is incredible in it. She basically carried that show, but the adaptation was terrible. They did a horrific job on that. I feel bad for I feel bad for the source material. It was that show that Soma Spider So What is an example of a show where I get really mad because I realize, similar to the girlish number concept, which we've talked about on the podcast before, where you had the creator of Snafu. He essentially wrote Collidia Code. Collidia Code had a butchered adaptation at the end, and then he went to make Girlish Number, which was an original, where in that series, it's about Japanese seiyus, or voice actresses, but every now and then you'll see the director come in with the writer of the story they're doing, and they don't listen to him. He keeps voicing his concerns about the project, and they keep telling him basically shut up. That's what I think of when I see Spider So What, like the original creator literally crying on the sidelines as they just butcher what was his. They should have, I don't know, I blame the production committee, honestly, not even the studio, because we know what the studio is capable of. And it had such great concepts in there. I mean, I literally covered it every episode for 24 episodes. It had great concepts in there. They just butchered it. So, yeah. It probably a good decision to drop it. I don't blame you guys at all. Yeah, I don't like spider. She was a very cute spider. There was some ugly looking spiders in the show, but she was a cute spider. Demon Lord Retry. I almost want to give this amazing because it's voiced by, the main character is voiced by Kenjo Suda, which is already incredible. It was a very average, very average isekai though. It had a great concept to it. Essentially this idea of him being the Demon Lord, having the concepts of this game that he was a part of before, melding with this world. It had also a problem with really bad animation as well. Had some really fun characters. Really fun characters. But this is another one that really needed another season. Like, yeah, I'm having to pull from the far back reaches of my mind, Genghis. I'm right there with you. I do remember it got to a point towards a later part, and sorry, Kenjo Suda. I started watching the second season of not really the second season, but the second half of House Husband today. And I'm like, I just love Kenjo Suda so much. But it introduced a whole bunch of cool things. It didn't really get anywhere, and at the very end, it just kind of drops off. It's like, oh, by the way, there's a hero, and then it stops. And it's like, wow, source material bait. Set up. Despite Kenjo Suda, despite the Rem wannabe girl, like, they literally have a Rem character in the show. Let me bring up a bigger picture. Demon Lord retry. Let's see. Like, this is like literally right after ReZero got really popular. Do not tell me this girl is not supposed to be Rem. They literally had a Rem character just pop in out of nowhere in that show, so yeah. She was cute though. But yeah, it didn't carry it. I don't want to say bad. It was just, like I said, it's very, very middle ground so-so show, so. Villainous. I'm gonna ignore second season because I didn't finish it. I technically can say that is a huge damper for me because not that the second season's bad. It's just I shrugged at it and it didn't really capture me like the first season did. The first season's excellent. The main character is just a joy. She's very much so a bright character. Very much so like one of those shows where you watch the character and they just kind of brighten your day because of how good they are. Kind of like Tendro from Demon Slayer. It's like this, he's a good boy. But, yeah, the first season, I really enjoyed it. Not amazing, but I really enjoyed it. It was very cute. Oh my gosh. What's the name of the show? I took my mom Isekai or something like that. In Another World with My Mom. What's it called? I'm totally blanking on the name of the show. It was like In Another World with My Mom or something like that. Mommy Milf Isekai, yes. Genghis. Milf Isekai, yes. Yeah, my mom, nothing can stop my mom with her two overpowered strikes or something like that. Something about 2 strikes. In Another World with My Mom and her two strike instant death combo. It's a really long name. Let me see what the name was. Do You Love Your Mom? That was it. That's what it was. Do You Love Your Mom and her 2-hit multi-target attacks. Thank you, Sodafish. Yeah. I wanted to love this show so much. Here's the bummer thing. It's like there's not. What's worse than a show that's disappointing? What's worse than a show that ends up going downhill? Is a show that you just really badly want to love, and it just doesn't work for you. I wanted to love this show so much, but it just wasn't good. And I think most of the jokes were solid at the first episode and maybe an episode and a half, but I think it's a prime example of a concept of a first volume that doesn't have any context after that. Like I've talked about a lot where it seems like there's a lot of stories where it has a really good opening and you're like, this is great. And then after that, it's like, what exactly did you plan on doing with this concept after that? Well, I just wanted to sell 1 volume, realized it was really successful, and we didn't have anything to do with it. So, yeah, and the later part of it was just not good. I liked the girl that was trying to foil them in the tower. She was hilarious, but, yeah. I think I kind of want to put that in the bad area, too. She's way cute though. Like, yeah, and he was such a jerk to his mom too. She was so cute. Love her to death, but he was like the main character was a jerk. Like, he was a jerk to all of them. Yeah, and the whole school segment. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. The blue-haired character and the whole school segment where they're trying to make her out to be like this prodigy. Oh, that was so. I don't know what they were doing there. And it went for so long, too. Ugh. Kasha's Hero. I really like this show a lot. Kasha's Hero is great. And this is one of those ones where, yes, technically the joke at some point starts to get blah. And it gets really dark at times. Like, incredibly dark. And I don't really know why it gets that dark. Like, they have segments where literally, massive amounts of people are being slaughtered, and he's too busy, like, trying to get stronger. So it's like it feels wrong for the joke, but it makes sense because he wants to ensure that he's not going to fail. But, it was a weird one, but I really liked it. It had a really fun concept. And this is, again, another one that's kind of at the cusp of us wanting more Konosuba, and literally the main female character is Aqua. Like, she's just literally Aqua. I think I mentioned that she was kind of like Aqua with, well, Aqua is selfish, so I guess that's the same thing. Very Aqua-ish, though. Good comedy, though. Really liked it. Dr. Stone, I'm going to put that down here, too, because that's kind of similar to Hinamatsuri. It's not technically Isekai. It feels very Isekai, though. I mean, honestly, it is very Isekai. If you were to jump into... If you were to take it from the point of that flash in the first episode and immediately jump to him being broken out of the rock, you would never know that it was a time travel thing. But yeah, I mean, if people wanted to classify it as Isekai, I'd put it in amazing. Dr. Stone is just incredible. I can't say enough of how great Dr. Stone is, which boggles my mind because I hate the explanation stuff, the science stuff, but yet it's incredible. So you dropped Cautious Hero because it got old. I can see that. Like I said, I honestly believe that towards the later part, the joke kind of got a little bit stale. But yeah, when they started getting to the other goddesses, it was kind of crazy too. It was a nice little added kind of injection of more funny. So let's see. Oh, wrong window. Next one is... What is the next one? I think this one is the... Oh my gosh, what is it called? Yeah, Cautious Heroes, Nothing Without Restarted, yeah. Is that the 8th Sun one? Yeah, that is the 8th Sun one. You're right. Thanks, Derek. So I'm the 8th Sun. Are you kidding me? Or something like that. I really like the concept of it. But yeah, I want to say that I got pretty bored of this one too. Yeah, because it was the one that he ended up getting, like, the girls, and they started trying to force the idea of a harem onto him. That's another one with those, like, very, very awkwardly placed statements about how harem's allowed in this world. So I don't know. I was very shrug on it in the end. So I'm going to put that in so-so. I really wanted to like this one because this was the same writer as Konosuba. Was it called something Rise Up? Something Michi Rise Up. I wanted to like it, but it didn't. It was I didn't. I think it opened up really good, like really funny how it opened up, but yeah, just didn't do much with it. Z was supposed to be dogs. Okay, now I get it, Genghis. I was like, what did you talk about dogs? So I assumed that you were talking about his dog being in the background or something like that, barking. Kimono Michi Rise Up, yeah. It has some funny parts though. I like when he like took on the orcs and stuff. Like I said, the intro was hilarious, and how the princess gets mocked for the fact that he basically suplexed her at the very beginning. Everybody's seeing what she was wearing underneath. But yeah, didn't work for me. Our first amazing Ascendance of Bookworm. I will still continue to preach the word of Ascendance of Bookworm. That series is incredible. I love it to death. I don't know if our Princess Panties. not an Ascendance of Bookworm. No. Has anybody have me and Chris converted anybody to watch Ascendance of Bookworm yet? I know that we talk way too much about it. Yes, Carbon. Bookworm supremacy. That is very true. It's just too it's too good. I absolutely love it. I would say there was a couple points where I was unsure of the direction it was going in the second season, but it's always been credible. Especially the first season. The first season was just... There's very few shows that are as good as that first season was. Was Ari a disciple of a Sentence of a Bookworm? Good, good, good. Yeah, I'm very curious where it's going now. It looks like the PV, they just released a PV here recently, Grant, which pretty much shows like her getting a I'm assuming that she's going to be a disciple of somebody, like somebody's going to be training her. So it'll be interesting where it goes from there. Like I said, I've been very much so questioning where the direction has been going ever since the second season, but it always does something incredible. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not sure if I want to go this direction, but you're doing some great stuff. So, yeah, I would definitely say the first season is much better than the second season, but it's still really good. So, oh, you've actually read the light novel, Genghis? I don't doubt that. I mean, based on what I've actually read for light novels, it's sometimes very different. So, it wouldn't shock me if things were a little bit different there. My music cut out? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah. So, Prodigies have it easy in another world. I actually really like this show. I really do wish that it would get a second season for it. I have some issues with it here and there. Like it was written by a 10-year-old. It was probably written by a 10-year-old, honestly. Or it maybe aimed for 10 years. I don't know. Yeah, that's the problem. There, unless something really grabs me, Yahoo, I just don't do source material. I literally don't have time to. It's either us, I read source material or watch anime. It's impossible to do both, especially with how much stuff I have to cover. But yeah, Prodigies, like I said, it opened up really good. It went into some cool directions. It gets crazy towards the later part. I got tired of the whole, was it mayonnaise thing that they were doing? What type of tier list is this? It's for Isekais. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Wana. It needs a second season pretty bad. It had a pretty good solid closure to the first season, so don't get me wrong, but like I said, I think a lot of the product placement stuff that they were doing kind of drug out a little bit, so I'd probably put in the good area. Very solid Isekai though. I was very surprised by it. Mushoku Tensei Reincarnation Job or something like that. That's not a very good show. Don't watch Mushoku Tensei. Decadence. Would you classify Decadence as a isekai? I mean, it's gonna be similar to something like a video game type stuff, like Sword Art Online and stuff. So I assume that it's gonna probably be considered as isekai. But I don't know. I'm struggling if that one will be a. I'm gonna put that in the don't remember or not isekai. Carmen's like, don't take the bait, guys. Carmen's like, what are you guys doing? I think most people are probably saying don't take the bait, but they just want to respond so that I fix it. No, Mushoku Tensei goes amazing. It's easily one of the best ones. Do you change your mind 360 degrees after 2 weeks? Yeah, he was like, wait. is this an imposter? Now, like I mentioned before, I think a lot of to do with Mushoku Tensei is like or Tensei. I keep saying Sai. Jobless Reincarnation is that aspect of it really being about the incredible job they're doing in adapting it, just the visual quality of it. Plus, it's just like that whole idea of starting from the very beginning and going all the way through. Even with all of the main character's flaws, because obviously a lot of people have issues with Rudius as a character. Rudius is too rude for you. Genghis coming in with the puns as usual. You're very punny, Genghis. Yeah, obviously a lot of people have issues with Rudius, but I think that's supposed to be the point. He's not a good. He's very immature. He's very disgusting. That's him. I think a lot of people have issues with characters with flaws, and he's definitely flawed. And that's the point. But yeah, character growth, visual quality, the world itself, Roxy, all them side characters, Roxy, Eris, Roxy. It's great. So, Rudius is Araragi. I don't know if I go there. I guess technically, in some sense, yes. Yeah, I've heard that they've toned down a lot of stuff, Adrian. I don't know if you can confirm or deny that. I've heard that they toned down a lot of stuff, but obviously, I don't think they could really have everything in there. Yeah, I would be Rudius too, Genghis. Relatability is there. Yeah, it's incredible. Second season's part 2 is fantastic so far. I cannot wait for more. It's just got perfect pacing, like such perfect pacing. That they cut a lot of content out. Not really cut content, but they shortened the extent of certain content. Like, one example I was getting was apparently his first encounter with the demon girl. They apparently chilled certain things down a little bit, so. But yeah, BNA's, I mean, it feels very Isekai because she literally goes to a beast town and it's completely different than her world. But, it was very good, though. I would probably put it in gray area if you wanted to put it as an Isekai. Yeah, like I said, I think they pretty much cover all the plot points and everything. It's just, like, certain things tone a little bit. Yeah, probably details. Let's see. I killed slimes for 300 years and maxed out my levels. Yeah, I think BNA did have issues with landing certain things. But it was a good show. I enjoyed it, though. It was still a fun little romp. Killing Slimes was a surprisingly fun show to watch. I really did enjoy it. And they actually did some really good Sakuga moments with really good animation. Again, kind of had concepts to it that I thought would get annoying after a while, but it was really good. It's like just under great for me. I don't know that I want to put it in great, though. 90% of anime that fail to land the endings, right? Very Yashike. Well, I wouldn't say Yashike because it's a little bit too loud, obviously, but it's a very healing show. It's very relaxing. Kuma Bear. This is bad because this is kind of a, I hate to say this, but it's kind of a forgettable show. Because I don't even remember if I liked it or not. It was cute, very adorable. But I don't think that it did anything to really grab me at all. It was just cute girl that's overpowered. Unfortunately, very, very forgettable. But it was really cute, though. I did think it was really cute. Here's another show, like Overlord, that has a sequel coming apparently in about probably 15 years, which is By the Grace of the Gods. Yeah, because it's transported to another world, Grant. because we were talking earlier about the fact of what would you consider being Isekai. Sometimes it's forced, sometimes it's like Inuyasha, where you can basically go there whenever you want to or leave. Concepts of either being transported to a game. Some stories have them being transported into a game that looks like the game that they played, but it's not really their game. Would you consider that? Some cases we don't even know if the game's supposed to be the same as the real world. It's up in the air. It's transported to another world, whether it's forced or not. Bofuri, are we even at Bofuri yet? Isn't that the I maxed out my level or maxed out my defense? That's like down a bit, I think. But no, by the grace of the gods, again, similar to Kuma 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 Bear, very forgettable. It had some fun concepts to it with the slimes and how he basically befriended a bunch of slimes, stayed kind of held up in some hut in the middle of nowhere because he wanted to have a relaxing life after his terrible real life. And it was cool how they used the different types of slimes for different uses. Like, he had claiming slimes, he had poison slimes, and he used them to do different, like, literally, it's like life hack YouTube with slimes. So, but yeah, like I said, very, very forgettable. I'd probably put it in the so-so area. For me, anyways. I think a second season will probably help it. I don't know if I have dot hack in here or not. That's a good question. No, I don't see dot hack. The original dot hack sign was really good though. Yeah, I don't see it in the list. I don't even know if I have Sword Art Online in here. No, I don't even think I have Sword Art Online on here. There's some missing. But yeah, Sword Art is kind of a questionable one too. Cause yeah, I think the reason why dot hack's not in there, Grant, is that it's technically spoiler. It's technically spoiler to point that out, Grant. So I'll just leave it at that. Oh yeah, Sword Art is in here. Good eye. If I did want to claim Sword Art Online or dot hack would be one, I would probably put it. Oh, I don't know. Probably I put it in the great. Like, there's a certain storyline in dot hack that's incredible. That's like amazing territory. But there's also a lot of fluff in there that kind of takes it down a little bit for me. But that's been a long time since I watched it. But I really did enjoy it. Just the original one, not Luminalcy and all the other ones. I didn't really do it for me like the original one did. Had a very, very good ending though. Very good ending. See. Combatants will be dispatched. My gosh, took me a second. It has great comedic concepts in it, but doesn't really do much for me. Like, most of that show was pretty meh. Like, it has such good concepts in it. Oh yeah, it's definitely a lot better than Kimono Mechi. And I think I mentioned that with that particular one being, again, from the same Konosuba writer. Definitely gets back to the roots of what makes Konosuba great. But just doesn't quite get there. Like, it's still a little... The Evil Point thing was great. Yeah, it basically... Even the point, though. The Evil Point system stuff was great. Just seeing him, like... Yeah, be very inappropriate to people and then get points. That stuff was good. But it almost felt like it didn't want to play off that. Like, you had this great concept that's unique to you, and you're not playing off of it. It's very bizarre in that regard. I'm about to make a lot of people mad. Because I know this was really popular this season, or last season. So, but yeah. How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom. I think it has a lot of good points to it. but it keeps kind of tripping on itself. Like it has these great ideas, and then it just doesn't do anything with them, and it trips. The battle towards the later half of it was not good. They did not adapt that very well. Hey, high five. How's it going? It kept flopping for me. Like I really wanted to enjoy it, but it just kept dropping. So yeah, we're doing Isekai today. Isekai Studios, we'll probably do Studios next, so I can make sure I get that one done because that was requested. And horror if we have time. And Magical Girl. Yeah, I wouldn't even say that, Yehu, because they do some really cool stuff with finances and diplomacy. I really do like the world and the mechanics of the nation itself. It seems like it tries to make statements on how he should handle things, and he doesn't do anything with it. And he doesn't delegate, even though it tries to make it out like he wants to help everybody. Dang, Genghis, are you like a big light novel person that I'm not aware of? I didn't know. Are you like a big light novel reader, or are you just kind of dabble in each one? I'll have to start bugging you whenever I need answers from light novels. Familiar of Zero. This is purely nostalgia for me. Purely. This is nostalgia, rose tinted glasses on. This is, 90s is the best year of anime. I have a very, very special soft spot for these old Ryukajima shows. I'm not going to put it in amazing, because even with those, I will admit that it's probably not the greatest show ever. But I have a lot of nostalgic feelings for that series, so yeah, I have to acknowledge it for that. So, but yeah, it's goofy. It's doofy, old school Ryukajima tsundere main character or main heroine characters type stuff. A lot of fun. He revert over the manga because it reads the correct way. I was surprised they never did that. Like, I know why they do it for the manga, but that'd be hilarious to do it that way. Do some light novels actually go backwards? Like, not like, the words backwards, but like pages at least? I wouldn't doubt it. Anyways, Dungeons of Black Company. Again, this is another example of a show that starts out very strong with a really funny idea, but then I wonder if they ever planned on having more than one volume, because it just doesn't seem like it does much with the joke after that. I wouldn't even say it's bad. I'm gonna put it in so-so. I don't think it's bad. It's just not really anything. It's very so-so. It stays in that whole Black Company concept way too long, and it should have dropped it. The Saint Magic's power is omnipotent. This is a really, really good show. Another one that I don't think will ever get a sequel, and it needs one bad. It doesn't need one. It doesn't need one, but it would be great to get another sequel of it. It's really great. The main character is absolutely fantastic. She's very much a joy to watch. Typically with the female main character type concepts, the main character is not that interesting. But she's incredible. She has a great personality. I love whenever the other characters tease her. She has a good heart. I'll put that in the great area. Really fantastic show. Really do enjoy it. Yeah, it goes down for me just for this the ant segment, Grant. What episode of One Piece am I on? One. I'm on the first episode. Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, definitely a great new contender of the world of Isekai animes. Really, really love the series. Has a great cast of characters. Tomoe is fantastic. Has some really goofy ways of making the main character overpowered. What's really goofy about this series is, for those that have not watched it, it is a really cool different take on Isekai because he's not Isekai to another world to be overpowered to save the world. He's actually Isekai'd, and the goddess literally kicks him to the edge of the world and says, "Don't mess with my beautiful humans." Like, she thinks he's ugly and thus doesn't want him to procreate with her beautiful humans. So he basically becomes a villain. I don't think it's really gotten there yet, but he's technically a villain. And I really do like that different take on the Isekai. So, good or great is the question mark. I can probably say I'm so stuck in the middle. I can go great with that. I really enjoyed it. I'll go great on that one. It's a good one. Very, very good one. This is another one that's like question mark if it's Isekai, because technically they're not in our world. They basically wake up and they are on the top of skyscrapers and there's no way down, and they're basically being forced to fall off the edge of the buildings to their death. But it's obviously not our world because you don't see people down below. It's not like there's planes going by or anything. There's nobody in the buildings. So they are in a different world. But it's really not really Isekai in the sense of it having an adventure or anything like that. It's just a survival game. So I don't know if I would want to put this in technically the same concepts of most of the other ones here. Spirit Chronicles. It's basically a murder game, yeah. I don't know. I'm getting in a bad area here. No, Spirit Chronicles, I wanted to like it. It's got a cool world, but it's got a terrible, bad manga bait ending, and at some point I realized it's really just about him going to different towns and making girls cry because he leaves them behind. I kind of got angry in the end of it. With, I got a lot of heat when I did a review for this one. The Real Dive. Oh my gosh, I couldn't get the name of it. Real Dive is basically a guy goes and plays a VR MMO game that is extremely stupidly realistic. Very painful. And if you die in the game, your console breaks. You can't log off at certain points. And so it technically is an element of some trapped elements in there as well, but I don't know. I wanted to like it. It has some really interesting concepts about literally PTSD with being involved in very dark and realistic situations with death and how realistic it can be. But, so I don't know. I'll put that in the so-so area. It had good concepts in there, but yeah. the Kirito of Spirit Chronicles just literally gets jollies off of making girls cry. That's literally a fetish thing. Oh, I took a girl out on a date and I bought her a gift for her. I told her that I will not haggle for price for a beautiful lady. Gets her this cute little gift, gives it to her, goes out to eat with her, and then goes, "Wait, you're in love with me? I can't love you. I'm sorry." Million Lives, another one that I want to enjoy. The second season was not good, and I think it was because they literally changed from the source material. They didn't change from the source material. They did like an original light novel concept with the second part of it rather than go with the manga's route. It's got cool concepts. The mechanics are interesting. The idea of the main character having to basically use his smarts rather than brute strength to overcome things. The game mechanics, that stuff's all interesting. The main character I can't figure out for nothing, and I think he frustrates me a lot. Plus, animation's very not good. Very not good. Pretty bad. So, I don't know. We'll leave it in so-so. Log Horizon, so everybody knows, I've only watched a little bit in the second season, and I dropped off from it. And I kept meaning to go back to watch it. I really do like a lot of the characters. I love the concepts they have in the world, aspects of the people within the what do they call the people of the land, something like that. That stuff was pretty interesting as well. What they did with that. I don't know. I'll put it in good for now. Whenever I get a chance to rewatch through it and finish it, I'll probably decide to move it up or down from there at that point. But for now, I haven't finished it yet, and I have to acknowledge that that's because I dropped off of it for reasons. Love Rock Horizon. Season 1's better than Season 2. Yeah, Season 2 kind of ruined it for me. They already had a Season 3. I believe it was fall of last year. Because I remember I wanted to get caught up on it, and I never did. Yeah, and database. The kissing with Kahabel? I don't remember that. Escaflowne. First of all, Escaflowne is one of those shows kind of like early Evangelion. Akira. It's one of those series and movies, technically, where the budget's like no limits. So it has absolutely incredible animation. This is like, if you want to see like the old classic balls of the wall animation with no limits, that's where it was at. Old 2D raw animation. Now, I did recently go and rewatch it because I obviously backed the Kickstarter to redo it and do it in Blu-ray. And it wasn't as good. It's one of those ones that doesn't age well. Like, the pacing doesn't age well for those old show. But it is still like one of those very early isekais. Like, when people say, my gosh, look at all these tropes when they watch Escaflowne, it's well because that's where a lot of it started. Like, this is when people say that with Mushoku Tensei it being the grandfather anime, literally Escaflowne is like the grandmother of anime. It literally was one of the first ones. So it's like saying that Dot Hack is a trapped in an MMO concept that's been overdone. It's Dot Hack. That was one of the first ones of it. So yeah, I think just based on its historical relevance and its pedigree at its time, it's definitely great. It would be amazing if you asked me when it first came out, but it hasn't aged well. Like, there is definitely aspects of it that have not aged well. So again, it would be amazing if it was at its time, but it's come down from then since then. So Yosubo, I don't know if that was going to be in the list. I think that's kind of more of the concept of reverse isekai, but it's technically all in the same world, so I can't really claim it's different worlds. It's just a world where there is Demon Lord and the demons in the world that are attacking and stuff. And now they're living life after it. So Norn 9. Just, I don't even know why it's in the list. Norn 9 is not good. It is female character transported into another world. And it's not. Yeah, it's not good. This Narn 9 is like prime example of Brick's character. If you've ever heard us talk about Brick's character, which is a main female character who literally has zero going for them, story-wise and everything, that just literally go wherever the male characters want them to go, that's Brick's character. That's Norn 9. So Gate I really like, and I wish they would do more of it. I don't know if I'd put it in great or if it's gonna be good. Like, the whole Pied Piper stuff kind of got dumb, so it kind of brought it down a little bit for me. Everybody's saying, well, I was gonna say everybody's saying great, but no, it's Genghis saying great twice and Carbon saying great. Oh, there's another person saying, oh, that's Genghis again. I really did. I think it's got fantastic characters. It literally has one of the best scenes in an anime in general. I think I mentioned it before on here specifically, but there's a scene where they go into the throne room, and the stupid prince comes in with a Japanese captive, and it's like one of the best scenes in anime ever. Just watching this, one of his, what was it, his sergeant or something like that, just beat the crap out of the prince. It was so good. It's kind of like one of those things where you have that much needed butt kicking that you're just wanting. Like the audience watching it, it's like, this guy needs his face pushed in. And they just do it because they have the power. It's really good. So yeah, it's great. Yeah, Roy's fantastic. Blows up all the helicopters and comes walking in. Drifters. This is another one that I think just needs more. I don't know. I liked certain concepts of Drifters. I don't know necessarily that it was the best adaptation ever, because it has great style. Like, I really like the style of Drifters too. I think they did pretty well in keeping it animated, but I seem to remember that it had problems later on. So it needs more. I think until it gets more, it's probably in the good category for me. But like I said, it's got a cool concept. It's basically Fate kind of thing. It's like Fate concept where you take all these different heroes at different times, bringing them together. ReZero, for me, is amazing. I know that's controversial, but I really like it. I was just thinking of a show a minute ago. What was I was thinking of? Is it in the list? Oh, man. Outbreak Company's not in the list, is it? I was just thinking about... Gate reminded me of Outbreak Company. Outbreak Company would be amazing, by the way. If Outbreak Company was down on this list, I'd put it in amazing. It's hilarious. Yeah, Carbon... Why I say that is because ReZero has literally... It's Sword Art Online number 2. It's Ex-Girlfriend number 2. It's not cool to like ReZero. It got so popular that everybody that likes to hate things that other people like are mad. So, if that makes you mad, I mean, whatever. It's only good when I know. I'm of the mind that I don't think Subaru is a bad character. I hated him when he denied Rem, but other than that, I think he's a good main character. I understand why he is the way he is, the kind of crap that he goes through. But yeah, ReZero is basically the new Sword Art Online. It's cool. You're not cool unless you hate ReZero. But no, I really enjoy it. The kind of crap that Subaru goes through. Rem's fantastic. The second season was amazing because they took a lot of characters like Amelia. I never cared for Amelia because they never really did anything with her. But now that they actually got into her, she's a fantastic character. Like, every character they get into is fantastic. Can't stand Subaru. It's one of the best isekais out there, and it's the reason why you're super critical of that genre. That's... Anime Bessie, that's bad. You can't judge everything based on ReZero. Then that would suck if you start judging everything based off of Mushoku Tensei or something like that. Judge every comedy based off of Konosuba. Yeah, I guess, Grant. I kind of get that. I think it's more of a relapse thing. Like, you think that you're getting to a point where things are better, and then you realize you haven't fixed anything at all. And I think there's an element of getting that frustration from him, in that when you realize that you think you might have the right route, but then it kind of messes up on you. Because I think it really is easy for Subaru as a character to get the witch effect. Like, the Higurashi When They Cry has a concept called the witch, where it's a concept when you get to a point where you no longer feel for those you lose because you realize that you'll just lose them anyways. That you don't want to get attached because you'll have that loss. And I think Subaru has that as a possibility where he can get to that point. And I think he constantly struggles with that. Well, that's good, anime bestie. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Grimgar, Fantasy, and Ash. I think this is another one similar to ReZero. I'm probably... Is that a bad choice? How are people... I don't know, gauging people in the chat. How are you guys on Grimgar? Me and Chris were huge on it. It was enough that I went out and... I don't know if you guys can see. One of my... no, I don't think you can see it. No, it's just out of focus. Oh, let's see. No. Yeah, they're right there. Those are my Grimgar ones. But yeah, that'd be an example of something that I like so much that I actually went out and got the source materials. You didn't watch it? Carbon. And Genghis. Carbon and Genghis. Who else is in the bad list for Andrew? Am I hot? Is that? No. You got something wrong with you. Unless you're talking about temperature. And it's not that bad in here. Jeez. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to write down a couple names for that one. That's bad. You guys are bad. Okay, so the reason why it got a lot of hate at the time is because the production committee was partly a record company, and they had a particular band, No Name, which is Know name. They had that band was releasing an album, and they did all the music for Grimgar, which means the music in Grimgar, Fantasy, and Ash is fantastic. This has some great music, vocal music, everything. But the problem is that people didn't like the show because scenes felt like they dragged out because they would play like an entire song off of this album. Which I can't agree. There was like 2 or 3 scenes where I'm like, okay, this is probably a good 20 seconds too long because they played out the entire scene. So, with that in mind, everything else is fantastic. It had a watercolor look to it. Artistically, the character designs and everything were fantastic. But what was great about the show was it's like taking Isekai into another world. The characters don't remember where they came from. They seem to remember things. Like, one character says that they recall what a plane was, but they don't remember what it was. They're like, what is this thing that I'm thinking of? But it's slice of life fantasy isekai. Like, it's about trying to, like, get a job, wash your clothes, find a place to stay in an isekai world, and then eventually get into killing goblins and how extremely difficult that is. So it's very bare minimums, level 1 isekai slice of life. It's fantastic. I love it to death. So, like I said, and enough to get the light novels if I can ever get to eventually reading them. Sorry. Long explanation. Moving on. Kato, not really. I think it's kind of, sort of, with reverse isekai, but not really. It's the same universe. Does have to be my wheelhouse. What? Kuromokudo, I think that's technically same universe. I don't think that would be isekai. Saga of Tanya the Evil. Saga of Tanya the Evil does incredibly good stuff. And it also does pretty meh stuff. Like, Aoyuki carries that show. Not carries it, I'm not saying that, because that implies the show's bad. Aoyuki definitely makes the show incredibly better than it can be. It's got a lot of great concepts. It's a lot of fun at times, but I think when it gets stuck in the aspect of the guy trying to have a life that's easygoing, I kind of feel like skipping forward in the show. I don't know. How are you guys on Tanya the Evil? I know there's a big fandom for Tanya the Evil, and I am looking forward to more of it. I haven't seen the movie yet, but I don't know. It's like one of those shows where the concept of it, I think it should be incredibly better than it actually is. Tanya's your grand. You already went out and got the light novel for it. Yeah, I think when it was first announced and the concept of it was kind of presented, I really did like it enough that I was wanting to get the source material. But like I said, once I watched the show, I think it kind of just, it never kind of hit that point that I wanted it to. So, I don't know. It's still good, though. I still like it. I don't know. I think that's one that before the new season comes out, I'm probably going to rewatch it. Because I know that I liked it. I know that I actually liked it. But I just seem to remember it kind of being frustrating for certain things. Yeah, it's very, was it military otaku history buff kind of stuff? Because that literally is the concept, is he's using his knowledge of our history and applying it to this alternate history to affect things. So, yeah, it definitely does get heavy on that stuff. And maybe that's what kind of loses me, is that alternate history stuff. So, yeah. What do you guys think about the Ancient Magus's Bride? Technically Isekai? Question mark? I'm mixed on it. I'm very mixed on if I would consider Ancient Magus. I mean, because it literally, it's all about her discovering another world. But technically, a lot of that world is just behind the curtain. It's not a different world, but it's like behind the curtain. It's like, it's literally her world. They just kind of go, oh, this is behind it. It's a good show, though. I think it kind of loses its spark later on, but that's another one I bought a bunch of manga for it before it came out. I need to sell them. My Ancient Magus Bride manga's on my shelf. I need to sell at some point. But see, it was the same world. Like, they literally go back to, I believe, was it Italy, where the shop was that had the magic stone maker or whatever. I think it's literally in the same world. It's just like behind the curtain. Let's see. Konosuba. I'm not gonna joke with you guys again. Just put that in there. It's amazing. Yeah, it's like you're literally revealing that there's this secret aspect of the world. I think that no, I wouldn't even put it in the realm of Harry Potter, because they literally go through a portal that takes them somewhere else. I don't know. I guess that certain areas feel like they're going through a portal to somewhere else. It always seems like they're traveling to another place on Earth where magic kind of is hidden, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, Konosuba is like one of the greatest comedies of all time, and easily goes in the realm of Isekai, obviously. Flip Flappers. I don't remember if I was... Flip Flappers has some amazing episodes. Let me just say that. Like, the horror episode of Flip Flappers is one of the best horror pieces in anime history. The crazy robotic voiced students was creepy as hell. I don't know. Like they had one episode that was like literally what's that stupid desert death race movie thing? I always forget the name of it whenever I try to think of it. It's got like a few really good episodes, but overall, I don't know. It's kind of mixed. I think I'm probably gonna put in the so-sos. It's very much a very creative story with different concepts with each episode. Yeah, Mad Max. They had a Mad Max episode in Flip Flappers. It was a really good episode. It's probably one of the best episodes. The Mad Max episode and the school horror episode were like the best, and like the rest of it's kind of like meh. So, reverse isekai. Are you guys okay with that? Reverse isekai? They technically come from another world. I'm just an excuse to put Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid in a tier list, okay? Whatever. Sue me. We were just talking about this show the other day, and I've already forgotten the name of it. It was 7 something. You don't think Dragon Maid is a reverse isekai? Dragons coming from a world of dragons and gods into the human world? Come on. They literally say world in it. If you haven't seen the second season of Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, it's not as comedically heavy, but it's got a lot of cool backstories and stuff. But Hinamatsuri is a time travel. It's not a different worlds that it's coming from. But anyways, I like certain concepts of this show. I'm forgetting the name of it. I really do like what they're doing with the main character. I don't... The OVA or movie or whatever they did was alright. Again, I don't know if this one's considered to be isekai. Because doesn't he technically... The world itself gets destroyed, and he's living in the destroyed world. So it's not really technically isekai, is it? I think it opens up with the world itself. I think he had like a choice, and the world itself gets destroyed. So he's not necessarily going somewhere else. So I don't know. Trinity 7, yeah. Right? I think it's Trinity 7. Maybe. Let me see. Yep, it's Trinity 7. Inuyasha. This is kind of similar to Escaflowne, where it's technically like one of the early examples, or early kind of isekai type shows, but it's also like prime television concept here, where it's like very drug out, very episodic, doesn't really age too well. It does have a lot of really fantastic characters. I really need to finish it. I think I got pretty close to the end of the old anime adaptation. I don't know. I'm between good and great. It's been a long time, but I really do like the characters in it. Haibana Renmei, would you guys consider that isekai? It's technically... Shoot, I almost said that. It was spoilers. It's basically a girl wakes up in a weird place, and they have wings sprout from their backs. And it's technically hitting on a certain subject, not necessarily a different world, but kind of a middle world. But it's still tied in with the actual world itself. So I'm gonna say that's not isekai. It's an incredibly amazing show, by the way. If you have not watched Habana Redme, it is literally one of the best anime ever. So please go watch it. Sadly, it is in the early stages of DigiPaint, so it doesn't look good. It's very blurry if you find HD versions of it, but it's the story. The story's incredible. It's such a good world. Magic Knight Ray Earth, I have not seen in so long. I'm gonna put don't remember. I seem to remember liking that series a lot when I watched it a long time ago, but I don't remember anything about it, so I'm not even gonna try to remember. Is Kimono Friends Isekai? No, I don't think it's Isekai. I knew there was I know there's a weird thing about the main character, but I don't think it was Isekai. It was something related to that world. Yeah, that's right. Her parents were like scientists or something like that. Yeah, it's not Isekai. We'll get into the other guy's work right here. So we'll still give him a chance to be in the list. Death March Parallel Rhapsody. I like this show for certain concepts. This is another one similar to shoot, which the one I was talking about earlier? Million Lives. I like it for its concepts. Yeah, Death March itself, the show just didn't work for me. Like, in the end, it was a very meh show. But I do like the concepts. I liked how they were doing, essentially with the mechanics, that he was able to manipulate the girl's skills and stuff like that. That stuff was cool. He was basically trying to build a party of characters to help him. And I did like that aspect of it, but it in general overall was just kind of very meh. Yes, the Angel Eggs, which is technically Habana Redme, is in the is not Isekai category. Yeah, that was pretty cool, Grant. That was kind of an interesting thing they threw in there. It was sucked what happened to that person, but again, it's not as if you have choices when you're unfortunately moved to a place where you don't have the strength to protect yourself. What is the name of this next one? It's essentially about a party of friends that go and play a MMORPG, and then they come back and play it later because his friend kind of drags them into it, and they come to find out that this girl that died from their childhood is still logged in the game. Which technically leaves it being similar to Sword Art Online, where somebody's isekai'd into the world of the game. But again, it'll face the same scrutiny that probably Sword Art Online will, if it is an isekai, because they're technically just logging into a game. What's strict about Habana Redme being in the not isekai area? It's still technically in the same world. Again, spoilers though. I don't really want to explain it. It was... It has interesting concepts to it, but it wasn't great. Yeah, I think that was a died on Amazon show. It had like 6 in the name or something like that, because it was the name of the show was the name of their party. But yeah, it's another one of those ones that it had a good concept to it, but it didn't really amount to much in the end, unfortunately. Nope, it wasn't 6. Was it 7? I had 7 Senses of the Reunion was the name of it. Just found it. Like I said, it had good ideas in there, but it didn't really do much with it. Kimirakusa, it's technically Isekai, right? Debate. This is one of those ones where debating it is technically going to spoil things. I don't know. It feels very isekai at the beginning because it's technically guy fish out of water. Guy looks like he totally shouldn't be in that area. Surrounded by a bunch of weird animal girls, weird powers, doesn't know how he got there. Eventually it does explain it as not really clear cut. So I don't know. I'm just gonna put it in non-isekai. I think it's great because it's the same writer as the guy that did the first season of Kimono Friends. For those that have watched that show, you'll get a kind of an idea of his writing. He's a writer that knows how to slowly reveal things to their viewer and keeps a lot of things in mystery. So he's great at adventure and mystery. And it does amount to some really cool concepts at the later parts of it. I think it's just one of his cases of his storytelling where it just takes a little bit of time to get to there. Whereas Kimono Friends was kind of driven by the fact that you had this really cute sugoi thing with this main character driving you forward with that sense of childlike discovery. Kimirakusa didn't really technically have that. The main character was kind of annoying, but it had that same sense of discovery that I think was great about his writing. So, revisions. Technically time travel. Wasn't it time travel? This is kind of one of those ones where they are warped to a time. Their entire school is moved. No, it was an entire city block. It was like an entire city sector. It gets transported to a new place, and I think at the very beginning they insinuate that it's actually just it's their world but different. So I don't know. It definitely has the feels of isekai, but I don't know that you can make an argument that it might not be considered isekai. So I really liked it though. I think they did some really cool stuff with the later parts. The main character was annoying, very annoying. I think the main character is literally the only reason I didn't like the show. I think this is one I'm alone on this. Everybody's literally just listening because they don't know what like what the hell's revisions? What stupid shows are you watching now, Andrew? Revisions? I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty mixed on deciding if it's isekai or not. So I'll just put down here for now. That's fine. I want to say that they insinuating at some point that it was time related. But you could probably make an argument for parallel. I don't know. So at least Genghis watched it. Thank you, Genghis, for not leaving me alone. Excuse me. Sword Art. Again, the big argument's going to be, is this considered isekai because he's in a video game? You can make an argument that at some point he technically does get force transferred into another world. I don't know. I'm thinking I'm gonna. What was the consensus in everybody if this should be isekai or not? It's technically going to another world. It's the Inuyasha argument where they technically choose to go to this other world. close enough. Yeah, I think that's where pretty much I sit Genghis. So yeah, I probably should have put every single season in this list because I feel differently about every single one. Like, Season 1... Okay, so my breakdown of Sword Art Online. Season 1, first core, so the first 12-ish episodes, basically is it Ironclad or whatever? The original Sword Art Online. I loved it. I thought it was an excellent show. Great concept. Again, it was one of the first concepts, if you die in a game, you die in real life kind of thing. It was cool. I really liked it. So, the original first core, first season, I think is amazing. Like I said, it's one of the... You can argue these days that it's very cliche, but back then it was really cool. I really liked it. So, amazing for the first core. Second core, first season. Bad? Like, I didn't like it. I really didn't like it. And I've mentioned this before on the podcast that I think... What's her name? Suguru, his sister. I think her story is so much better told in the video game, where you actually get to hear about her suffering at his bedside while he was stuck in the game. All the worrying and everything that she went through during that time. But her in that second core was annoying. And I just didn't... The concept of the save Asuna up in the tower, creepy guy licking her every 2 seconds, going up the stupid tower thing to get to her, the fighting between each of the tribes of gamers, it lost the flavor of people are dying here and went into the realm of just, why don't you log out, bro? So, yeah, second core, first season, really didn't like. What's the next one? Gun Gale? I think Gun Gale was good. Besides the Asuna-san. Besides the Asuna-san segment, it was good. I thought it was good. I really did like her as an addition. I did technically like a lot of that whole first-person shooter part of this segment. I like the expansion of the seeds. The different game worlds being created was fun. Their duel was fantastic. I really did like that segment. The blowing each other up thing was a lot of fun stuff. But yeah, the next one's the bad one, isn't it? It's the sword one, isn't it? What's the next one? What was that one called? Are you the one who always says I spelled Isekai? How did I spell Isekai wrong? Mother Rosario? No, not Mother Rosario. It was the one where they were trying to get... Is it like Excalibur or something like that? Was it Excalibur arc? Way bad. Like, that was worse than the second season of the first core. I did not like Excalibur's arc. It's basically where they go to the Elfheim seeded world, and they're trying to get some stupid sword or something like that, and they're talking about how, like, I forget what it was. It was like the world itself was causing disturbance to break itself. I don't remember. I didn't like it. After Excalibur's arc was Mother Rosario arc, and that is, yes, I agree with a lot of people, easily the best arc ever. Mother Rosario was fantastic. Are you talking about? Oh, in the YouTube title? What, you guys don't spell Isekai as Ikai? Ikai. Ikai? Well, fine then. I will change it from Ikai. It could be Lekka, depending on which font you use. Anyways, Mother Zarya's arc, definitely the best arc. I did find that certain aspects of Mother Zarya was a little bit drug out, but it was a fantastic story. Like it was easily one of the most impactful stories they've ever done. Now the Underworld, I don't know, like do they split that part up at all, or is it all Underworld? Because I mean, there's the build-up point where it's essentially with Kito going into the system, basically trying to take down the leader, and then it kind of changes to something different after that, which is the concept of trying to save. Is it Underworld and Alicization, or is it all Alicization? Because there's like parts of it that I like, but there's a lot of it that I don't. I did like the idea of Kito kind of resetting, and them kind of trying to do something different with him, having it almost like a harem reset, because it did a lot more for him as a character. Like, all of Sword Art has always been so focused around him kind of ignoring a lot of girls, which I always kind of hated. Whereas Alicization is like, the first part of it is really feels like he doesn't have a huge harem following around anymore, and it's just him being himself. And I did like that. But I think the later half of it kind of lost me. I still liked it in the end, but I think it did have... I don't know. I'm so mixed on Alicization. It has good points in it. It's just it also has not good points in it. It was a bro show, yeah. Yujiro and Kirito, like, he ditches his harem for Yujiro, which, I mean, obviously Yujiro, best bro. I mean, forget that other guy. What's his name? Klein or whatever? Psh, nobody cares about Klein. It's all about Yujiro. The movie was good, too. I actually did like the movie, honestly. I think that... What sucks about the movie... what was the movie's name? I can't see it from here. The movie was good. But what sucks about the movie is the adaptation didn't do it justice. Like, who all here actually looked into the story behind the girl of the movie? Because it gets a lot more tragic than what I don't think the movie really got into her story much. Like, they talked about what happened with her, but not really to enough detail. But anyways, I thought it was good. I did enjoy it. I think when they got into the whole concept of, like, the augmented reality, ordinal scale, yeah, thank you, Yeho. I think it kind of loses some... It gets a little cheesy, but I did enjoy it. But at any rate, Sword Art as a whole. I'll just put it in good. It has its moments. Like I said, I think just for the first core of the first season, it's almost to that point where I would probably just suggest people watch that first core of the first season and just don't watch the rest. But, oh yeah, and watch Mother Zarya. That'd be too. Gotta watch that too. Let's see. Spirited Away. Yeah, it's technically Isekai. It's a classic. I do want to rewatch it. It's been a long time since I've watched it. It's incredible. Please go watch it if you haven't already. Overlord. I think Overlord is going to be the same struggle for me as Sword Art. Not as bad. Don't get me wrong. Overlord first season's incredible. How many seasons have we had this? 3 seasons, right? Hasn't it been 3 seasons now? We're waiting on the 4th? Yeah. See, Overlord starts out incredible. First season of Overlord was really great. And it was funny because I almost felt like I was alone on liking Overlord. I'm not sure, but I think Chris wasn't hot on the first season. Um, but the thing about it was that when I first watched the first season, I was already hooked because it gave me hints at what was to come that I think a lot of people missed. It was a concept of him losing himself and becoming the skeleton. And I got hints of that in the first season, and it was immediately hooked into it. And obviously the cool fight they got into with the end of the first season was great. Second season was kind of a continuation of that, and I really loved it. The second season was great. I think it was the third season that I think I became mixed. Not as bad as some people, because the third season was essentially where it gets dark. Like, it gets unsettling because you're starting to see people of that world be harmed by him. And I think that was very uncomfortable for a lot of people that were huge fans of it to watch. But yeah, I think there was a problem with pacing too, Grant. I think you're right. Yeah, similar to Gate. Thank you, Genghis. Thank you, Genghis. Similar to Gate, Overlord has one of the best scenes ever in anime history, which was the fight with Clementine. That is the most incredible Seiyu voice acting. It was definitely what put... I want to say that's when Aoyuki got put on the map for us. Aoyuki as Clementine was incredible. Yeah, the CGI was not good. CGI was not good. The CGI was not good. But yeah, I seem to remember the third season was not good, in the end. But I am excited for how that ended. How that ended with them basically coming in and taking over has me super excited for what they can do in the fourth season. So, yeah. Yeah, Warlord has a lot of rewatch moments. The Clementine fight is definitely easily one of those. The fight with him and What's-Her-Face was great. I'm forgetting What's-Her-Face. What's-Her-Face? One of my favorite characters called What's-Her-Face because Andrew sucks at remembering names. Shaltir. How did I forget Shaltir? It's an easy name to remember. Shaltir's fight was incredible. No, just Shaltir going into that cave the first time you see her where she's trying to get all the skills. She's trying to collect skills. And she goes in that cave where that guy is at. And she's like blocking everything with her fingernail. So remember her blocking things with her fingernail? It was great. But yeah. I think despite the third season being pretty meh for me, it's always been a really good show for me. So I'm going to put that in an amazing. This will probably... I don't know. I'm going to put this in here as a reverse Isekai. I'm not going to argue that. So Recreators is in this list as a reverse Isekai. The characters don't go to another world. Well, they do one time. It's where people from other worlds come to our world. How are people on Recreators? Watched it, didn't watch it? High or low feelings for it? The writer of Overlord is rushing the end because he's tired of it? Or didn't like the fame? I'd be interested to look into that. Alright, Sodafish says Budget Fate. Enjoyed it, though. Skill Fan, amazing show. Seismic enjoyed it. Carbon said didn't watch it. Carbon! Is that 3 strikes? Are we on 3 strikes or is that just 2 strikes? Carbon. First Grimgar, now the Recreators. Carbon. I will give you a pass because that was technically Amazon Hell. And nobody's picked it up since. Why nobody has picked up Recreators at this point is crime against humanity. Yahoo says, Andrew, if you like collection Overlord light novels, good. Yeah, I really wanted to get the Overlord series because they did hardbound, but I never did. Plus, the covers are beautiful. Like, the Overlord novel covers are gorgeous. Genghis loved it. Good. Skillet said very, very good. You went from amazing to very, very good, unless you're talking about Overlord before. Tygo Nomad said never seen it. Tygo. Cheesecake watched a few episodes quite a while ago. I don't remember. I'll let that one pass. And Yehu comes in to troll and say it was bad. And now Sodafish is changing their mind, saying it's good for me. Why do you guys keep changing your response? Oh my gosh. Alright, so my opinion. Recreators is one of the best anime ever. I thoroughly love it. I love it a lot. And I get what you mean by... Okay, Sodafish. I get what you mean by the similarities to Fate. I will not go with you on budget. I think Troika did an amazing job. Troika did not have... See, when you say budget Fate, what the problem with that is that when everybody hears Fate, they think Ufotable with Type Moon money. Judging anything animation quality-wise to Ufotable with Type Moon money is kind of mean. It's like saying something is a budget Spirited Away or something like that. It's like, well, that's Ghibli. No, it does. Yes, it does good in its battle scenes. I will agree with you. I'm not saying that it's incredible animation, but they do good with what budget I think they had. But it's not heavy action. It's a show that's more about what... For those who have not watched it, it's a story about what happens if you have a character from a tragic anime story meet its maker. That concept of, like, why did you write my life being this miserable? And that stuff was really, really cool. It had a great ending. It has a really fantastic character in it that looks kind of like a character. It looks like, what was it, Uigi from, Monogatari series. They have like an Uigi character in it, which is really, really interesting, and she was really cool. But no, just the concepts that it technically brings to the table, I really like. Plus, they have a chick that literally creates a... She plays a gun like a violin. Magane. Yeah, Magane's like Oigi, basically. But yes, like I said, it technically is similar in concept to Fate, and the idea that you're bringing these characters from different stories, like light novels and anime and stuff, into our world. So, and they have similar abilities and stuff, so. Anyways, I really enjoyed it. I really love the ending of it. Very emotional. Love a lot of the characters. So. Each their own, Yahoo. Like, Skillet's kind of I'm positive on the ending, too, so. It's gonna work for some people, not for others. I think the only thing that was kind of meh, I want to say there was something that frustrated me with the main character, obviously. I think, obviously, the main character was the weakest link of the whole show. He obviously plays a part in the end, but other than that, he was kind of a bugger. Anyways, really loved it, so. Obviously goes in amazing for me. He was a Bricks character. I want somebody to pick it up because I think... Is it even still on Amazon? I'd assume that it would drop off at some point. I know it's technically... I think it was produced by Aniplex, so I'm curious if eventually it'll end up on Funimation once it drops off of Amazon. I don't know. In another world with my smartphone, I didn't even finish it, so I'm not even going to be mean enough to put it in bad. I literally dropped it within a couple episodes. Let's see. 18IF. This is kind of one of those artsy-fartsy shows where, like, a different director does each episode. Some episodes are really dark. Some episodes make no sense. If you liked Super Cub, the director of Super Cub did the 3rd episode, which was the love story episode, which was okay. I think it was, for having an episode to work with, he did a good job. It makes no sense. Like half of it makes no sense. Very, like I said, very artsy-fartsy. It's basically a person going to different different worlds to gather witches from each of the worlds that each correspond to different elements, like love and stuff, all to fight some other witch. I don't remember. It was something weird like that. Shield Hero. I feel like if I put this anywhere but amazing, people are going to get angry at me. I really like it. I really, really like it. But I don't know that it's amazing to me. It kind of, like, the later part of the recent, the later part of the season kind of fell off. Okay, so Grant's with me. Grant agrees with me. I think that whole battle was dumb. Well, they ain't ended it because they have another season coming. It felt, yeah, the beginning of it was really strong. I really liked the bringing Reptilia into the picture. I think their story together was great. It's just that whole, like, battle with the church thing was kind of like, what are we doing? Yeah, they have some dumb characters. They do have some dumb characters. Okay, so I guess I'm with like-minded people here. I don't think it's good. I think it's great. Like I said, I don't want to put it in amazing. And I was afraid of people being mad about me not putting in amazing. Because I know there's some big Shield Hero fans out there. Yeah, the boat battle thing was, ugh. I really do hope it comes back. Like, when they get this next season, I hope the next story arc's really solid and kind of brings it back. Yeah. I think season 2 is going to be really telling. Like, what is the staying power of this, really? Yeah, I agree. So there's my Isekai list. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. I'm kind of afraid of how long the studio one's going to take. I mean, I guess there's not that many in the studio one. Yeah, we've realized that Bo Furry wasn't in the list. I'm so on Bo Footy though. I think she's adorable. She's literally Mashu. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those situations where when it finally comes out, it better deliver, otherwise it's gonna make some people angry. Later, Grant. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually look up some of these too. There's a lot of these that I'm gonna have to remember at least a couple solid titles that are on it. All right, so A1 Pictures is hard for me to mention. This is a tier list for studios. some of these are going to be difficult based on the idea that I'm going to have to look up to remember some of them. Some are really easy, like Dogokobo, Trigger, obviously, Ghibli, Wit Studio, PA Works. Some of them I'm going to have to probably look up a couple titles to get an idea. Like C2C, I know a couple, but not too many. I am going to base this on actual credits. Credits. Because, yes, technically, with a lot of shows, they will be... I mean, A1 Pictures is a prime example of studios where it's not always them that work on it. They're credited, but they outsource it. So I'm going to go based on what's credited, not necessarily if somebody goes, well, actually, I looked up the actual studio that actually animated. That was production number 9, because A1 Pictures is just credited for it. So, yeah, I'm just going based on what's credited in my own stuff, my anime list and stuff, so. You guys are already getting way ahead of me. So we'll talk about some shows. I'm going to let you guys know some shows on them so you guys can actually get an idea of what we're working with here. So don't worry too much about that. I'm going to go based on what is the highest ranked on MAL for a particular studio. Obviously with A1 Pictures, Sword Art's up top, Your Lie in April, Seven Deadly Sins, Erased. I cannot believe Erased is that high. That's surprising. I thought Erased got, like, bad review bombed. I wouldn't say bomb, just a lot of hate. Let's see here. Anohana. They help with Darling and the Franxx. Kaguya-sama, Love is War. I think it kind of gives you an idea. Gate. Shinsekai Yori. Grimgar, Fantasy, and Ash with the watercoloring effect to give you an idea of something a little differently for them. Mostly involved with High Five. I think there's going to be some studios where we can probably make an argument of the of creativity versus actual content. Some studios are more focused on original material versus some being more source material, or more basically advertisements. A1 Pictures obviously is a very broad stroking studio, so they have a lot of really good titles. Because, like, up there for me is definitely, like, Erased, I thought was incredibly put together. Very visually beautiful. Grimgar, again, was very artistic. They definitely have a lot of solid titles under their belts. I'm gonna look for something that's not good. Obviously, I'll know Zero with Troika was fantastic for me. I know that's a people can test that. They're doing 86 this season, which is incredible as well. They made Shelter, which was one of the best music videos ever. Some idea of some stuff that's not so good. They obviously butchered Coelia Code, and we just talked about that earlier. I think there was some question marks surrounding The Perfect Insider. I don't know. There's not really that many. I mean, scrolling way down, I'm not really finding anything that's really kind of questionable from them. Like I said, I think they butchered Coelia Code, and I think that's the only thing I'm really looking at that I'm like, that sucked. I really like 22-7. That's really low rated. That's crazy. Am I the only one that liked 22-7? Really? Yeah, I'm not really finding much that's bad, so we'll put them up there. Like I said, I do acknowledge that there's There's a lot of rumor of them doing a lot of outsourcing, but that's not really the question here. 8-bit. How are people on 8-bit? Let's see. So obviously 8-bit did Slime here recently. Infinite Stratos, Grisaya, Tokyo Ravens. I did like Knights and Magic. I know that didn't get as good rap. I think the only thing that's really terrible here is Rewrite. Rewrite was not good. Comet Lucifer I had a lot of issues with. An idea of not great looking but solid show is definitely like Shonen Maid. I don't know. I think this one that's very much so being carried by the success of Slime. Grisaya was okay. Shonen Maid was good. Encouragement of Climb is fantastic. Encouragement of Climb is an example of a show that doesn't look is not like high budget but looks really good. Carbon. Yeah, Third Strike, so you have to choose one of those and watch it as soon as possible. 8-bit I'm gonna put... I'll put 8-bit in good. Put that good. Bones. I know this is a big one that a lot of people here recently obviously is really heavy on. Obviously, Bones is well known for Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Originally made that one. Hero Academia obviously taken over that studio for quite the last 5 years. Noragami was fantastic. Obviously, a lot of people love Mob Psycho 100. Bungo Stray Dogs is really solid as well. Even Snow White with Red Hair was really good looking too. Another studio that doesn't really have too much bad under their belt, so probably Show by Rock is the only one that they have that's not that good looking, but I still enjoyed it for the story and the characters, so. But man, that CGI was kind of rough. Captain Earth wasn't that great either. They helped with Escaflowne. Scrap Princess, I love that show. I love that show so much. I'm gonna say that I haven't watched anything anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna say great. Yeah, I'm between great and amazing. You going good and great? Great. Okay, so I guess I'm not too far off on a lot of people. Brainspace, I don't remember a lot from, so you guys have to help me with this one. Do Da Da Da. Obviously, they started doing Da Da Da, and then they ended up making. Some people broke off and made their own studio to finish Da Da Da. I did like what they did with Da 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 though. Snafu, Bacano. To Your Eternity was a recent one they did. Inspector. The Natsumi no Jinsho series before they, again, another studio took it over. It's very, very, very mid. Very mid studio, honestly. Yeah, I think they were good back with Natsumi Jinsho and Spice and Wolf, but that's like really all they really had. And it's not to say that, I mean, Spice and Wolf does look really good with its backgrounds and stuff, but it's not really like a show that's doing crazy animation. I mean, it has its points, but it's kind of very, I'm not putting these studios based off of, I think, yeah, it's kind of a mix. So if they have a lot of really good hard hitting shows, obviously, but, yeah, nothing really kind of to stand out too much. C2C is Wandering Witch, Tsukimichi, Hitori Bochi. And that's really it. that's honestly all. World End, Wandering Witch, Tsukimichi, Hitori Bochi. Oh yeah, and Harakana Receive. If you like your volleyball girls. Wandering Witch looked really good. Tsukimichi was fun, but not really incredible looking. They had some good points. There was one really cool scene in the later parts. Hitori Bochi's cute. And the physics in Harakana... I did give Harakana Receive a lot of credit for the fact that they technically hid reusing animations really well. So it's probably going to go in the so-so. Good shows. They have good shows. Very so-so. Alright, so... Oops. Wrong tab. Wrong tabs. Comics Wave is usually movies. I'm not sure if they've ever actually done anything TV related. So obviously involvement with Your Name. Trying to think of the other ones. 5 centimeters per second obviously was another big one they did. So they do a lot of photorealistic stuff, not a whole bunch. I haven't watched Hoshi no Koi, but I think I've watched pretty much everything else they've done. Very visually beautiful stuff. Even they do like really crazy, awesome looking commercials. But not too much coming out of them, just really the movies. Obviously, Your Name being the biggest one. So yeah, very, very visually beautiful studio. Just not too much coming out of them. That's the only kind of thing that sucks. I'm probably going to get butchered with David Productions because I think I've only watched one thing from them. Obviously, David Productions is pretty much full-time JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I have not watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, so I'm not too much help here. Let's see. Yeah, JoJo's, Fire Force, JoJo's, Cells at Work, JoJo's, Fire Force 2, Inu Boku, Bento, which I need to watch Bento. Sagrada Reset I watched. It was okay. Planetarian I liked. I don't know. You guys are going to have to help me on this. JoJo Watchers, where do we put it? So if you like JoJo. How good are they with JoJo's? That's, I guess, the question. Because that's all they do. So it is... Does JoJo's look good animation-wise? Or is it a bunch of stills of overly detailed faces going, oh my gosh? Was that good? Was that good in addition? Oh my gosh. Nobody clipped that. I mean, based on what I watched, which is like literally Cells at Work and Planetarian and Sagrada Reset, they're so for me. So we'll do good. Good sounds good then. Studio Dean is the first experience that we're going to have in this list of me being extremely mixed, because some of the most beautiful things I've watched have come out of Dean, and some of the most horrific stuff I've watched has come out of Dean. Like, we've looked at a lot of stuff where it's got, like, you know, good balance of, like, a lot of good stuff or just a lot of okay stuff. But, Studio Dean has butchered some stuff. Yes, like, High Five's already called it. High Five knows it. High Five literally laid it out. Shogun Roku Raku Shinju is absolutely incredible. It is, and it's not like Shogun Roku's like ufotable, crazy CGI stuff flipping all over the place and people flying. Shogun Roku is the importance of detail. Like, how can you take somebody sitting on their knees on a stage, playing out a story by just talking about it, and how to portray everything of their body language? It's incredible. Some argue that Konosuba is bad on purpose. I don't think that's true. I think they were just terrible at Konosuba. Now, Konosuba is great because they pulled off expressions. I think Konosuba in general didn't look that great, but Konosuba, they did pull off the expressions. So they at least pulled that part off right. Higurashi When They Cry, first season didn't look that great. They got better over time. Log Horizon, I think, is okay. Shogun Roku is absolute visual beauty. Why is it that? Oh, it's got like an 8.59, so that's good. I don't know, some of the bad ones is like the Fate Stay Night, Fate series adaptation they did was bad. Their Unlimited Blade Works adaptation was bad. They did Pupa. Initial D, I know there's big fans of Initial D, but I didn't like how it looked. The Junji Ito adaptation wasn't good. Get Backers was okay. And it's just like a whole bunch of kind of lower tier stuff after that. I don't know. I think it's one of those things where they've had their moments, but I think they've butchered too much stuff. Yeah, I can't. Even with Shogun Roku, no, I don't think that they can lift themselves out of that. Yeah, Chris watched all of Pupa. I didn't get very far. I think I finished it, but I don't remember any of it. Initially got better looking later on. Some good CGIs of that car. Yeah, we'll put them in the lowest tier here. Do we need to make a category for bad? Is that how bad this is getting? I don't think people are happy enough with So-So. There, we'll make a bad category just for Dean. It goes in the doghouse. Diomedia. I'm trying to remember Diomedia. Diomedia is Domestic Girlfriend, Aho Girl. That show that I don't remember the name of it, nor have I watched it. Another one that I think I finished. Don't remember it. World Break, Fuka, Akuna no Riddle, Honda-kun, Shobi, The Lost Village. Do we need any more? Do I need to keep listing stuff? Mujin no Fafner. They did do blanking name now. Saint Magic's power is omnipotent. They did do Saint Magic's power is omnipotent. Girlish number. I just don't think this is a good studio. They do have a lot of fun titles. Like, they do have the Magical Witch, which is great. But, yeah, that's not a good studio. Not a good studio. Yeah, Fuka was not good either. I mean, you're the only one that liked Fuka. I'm sorry, Genghis. I watched the other one based on that story. It wasn't that great. I don't think I finished Fuka, though. It's like one of the original cartoons. Anyways, Dogokobo. Amazing. Reason why, for those that do not know what Dogokobo is and don't know why I would put them as an amazing tier, Dogokobo is kind of like, it's the Kyoto Animation without being Kyoto Animation. Like, they're so close to getting to that pedigree. Like, give them a little bit longer, and I think that they'll be there right next to Kyoto Animation, which I don't think is a bad thing. Some of their greatest titles, they have Monthly Girl Nozaki-kun, New Game. A lot of people love Gabriel Dropout. I wasn't a huge fan of it. Tadaku Never Falls in Love. Sing Yesterday for me, yes, has an annoying ending, but some of the more better titles that I would say is things like Wataten, Angel Flew Down Upon Me. Things like Sleepy Princess. Four Leaves, Four Clovers, right? Did I get the name wrong? Three Leaves, Three Colors. My gosh, I think it's getting too late for me. But anyways, they are a studio that kind of does fluffy, cutesy shows really well. They have like a hidden ability to make things really lively. And I think it's that attention to detail they do is something that I think is only done equally, or better actually, is by Kyoto Animation. They are technically cute crafters, yes. So yes, if you don't like cutesy shows, I think Dogokobo is a series that or a studio that you're never going to notice. But everything around them is incredible. Now, they did kind of fall on their face with Childhood Friend Won't Lose. But I think that was just kind of a stumble for them. They're back in power right now. Like, this season right now, we have My Senpai is Annoying and Selection Project. And they are both looking incredible. Because they also did Slow Start too, right? Slow Start's a really good example of that. Like, Slow Start is a show about nothing, but for some reason looks incredible. Tell me I'm right. That's Slow Start's them, right? I'm not seeing Slow Start. No, Slow Start's Cloverworks. I'm sorry. I'm losing my badge. Asahi Project. Let me move on. Asahi Production. I root for Dogokobo. I really do want them to be a successful company. We need another Kyoto Animation out there. Yep, My Senpai is Annoying. Asahi Production is Peach Boy Riverside. Hime Goto. There's a mermaid in my bathtub. Heaven's Design Team. Yeah. Yeah. I forget what the full title was. It's something like there's a mermaid. There's a mermaid in my bathtub or something like that. It's like some dude brings a mermaid home I actually... I hate when I have proof of my own doings. I wanted to say, like, I only watched a couple episodes of, it's called Orifuro, Mermaid in My Tub. And I wanted to claim that I only watched a couple episodes of it, but my anime list says that I watched 6 of it. Why did I... Oh, it was only 4 minutes per episode. Okay. I was, like, thinking I watched, like, a full series of that. Anyways. Ufotable. So, okay, so who doesn't know what Ufotable does? Curiously enough, Ufotable has not always been spectacular, and I think it's similar like something like Trigger. Some weird oddballs early Ufotable days is things like Ninja Nonsense, which I did really... I got a huge kick out of that back in the day when I watched that. Obviously, what put them on the map was things like everything Type 0. But they used to do a lot of animations for the Tales of series, so like Symphonia and stuff. They did the Vesperia ones, Asteria. They also did Gyo. But yeah, obviously Fate put them on the map. I don't think there's really any arguing this one. Yes, UFO table. Technically, if you look up their trailers, they say Ufotable. 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 Teburu. I don't know. Teburu. I wouldn't. I can't go great. There's too much that Ufotable does that's just way too incredible. The reason why I think Ufotable is so great for me is, yeah, I love the Fate franchise, obviously, but I think what makes Ufotable great, in my opinion, is that they're able to blend CGI with regular animation in incredible ways. Now, granted, they still have the ugly skeleton mobs. They still have the ugly blob that for some reason they brought back into the Mugen Train, but there's bar none, there's nobody that does incredible action scenes like Ufotable does. And even when a show is not that good story-wise, like, what was that one that was based on... They're all based on a video game, Andrew. God Eater. God Eater had moments in the show, but even with a show like that where the story is not really going anywhere, it's a game, it's a mission-based game, still looks incredible. Like, the action scenes still look incredible. Well, granted, technically, like I said, they do stuff based off video games all the time, and they make them look great, so... Anyway, Studio Phil. I think there's a few in Studio Phil that are really solid, but I think this might be a middle. The Snafu series, Kiss X Sis. Alright, cool. We have Kiss X Sis, we're good. Any arguments? You're gonna say so-so when I just said they did Kiss X Sis? Left Behind for some shows, yes. Consistently, no. Ufotable will be better. I'm just kidding. So yeah, Tsukigakure is great. Hinamatsuri is great. Outbreak Company is great. Snafu is great. Kiss XS is great. They're all great shows, but nothing like animation-wise. Oh my gosh, we just talked about this the other day. Look what Studio Phil did. Studio Phil did this one. This is the show that literally I thought I finished this one, actually. I don't think I ever updated this. Anyways, I did finish it. I think I finished this one. I'm pretty sure I finished this one. Don't listen to my enemy list. This is the one that had the telescope. We got a huge kick out of it. We were talking about this show and how they were in this club room, and as the shots kept changing, this telescope kept disappearing and reappearing. So yeah, Phil did that one. Yeah, they have fun shows. The studio definitely has some fun shows, but I don't think they're really high pedigree. Now, yeah, there was like 2 or 3 fight scenes in Hinamatsuri that were great. The singing scene was fantastic in that show. Tsukiga Kide actually had some really beautiful scenes as well. It's not a really big studio here. Not Synergy. Oh, Phil. I put it up there as a joke. Synergy SP. I'm blanking on this one. Shoot. Hate the Combat Butler. That show we just talked about a minute ago. Shoot. Not that one. Battle game in 5 seconds. They are doing a Tomei fairy tale, so I'm hoping that one doesn't fall too bad. Not a very big studio. It's not a bad studio. Gainax. Am I allowed to put this anywhere besides high tier? I know there's a Gainax fandom. I've already felt their justice when it came to the Evangelion stuff. So yeah, obviously Evangelion, Gurren Lagann. It's technically a studio that's changed, so it's no longer the studio it was. But a lot of the stuff they did back in the day were really good. Of course, there's a lot of stuff they did that weren't that great, but they're just kind of turning them out probably for sale purposes. But I think that's the biggest ones, is the Evangelion and Gurren Lagann, Fully Cooley, Penny and Stocking. Yeah, it's like everybody's like there were they was old was yeah, I guess that's fine. Ghibli, I don't think I'm gonna be able to really do much with them outside of amazing. No, that's the crazy thing with like Evangelion. It's like, yes, the later part of the TV series kind of just fell apart, but there's just so many good scenes in Evangelion. It really is hard to ignore. And the same with Gurren Lagann, even though I keep trying to finish that series, but never do. Gohan's is special. Like, I love K-Series. Like, the K-Series was great. And I've never seen them do anything since then. Handshakers, the spin-off from Handshakers. What was the recent one they did? It was that one with, like, the different districts that were fighting each other. I love their creativity, but ever since the K-Series, which I loved again, they've never done anything that's been... They do too much. Like, literally Gohan's is like the example of like, stop. Like, stop. Whatever you're doing, just stop. Gonzo. Gonzo is Helsing. Welcome to the NHK. Rosario X Vampire. Full Metal Panic. Afro Samurai. Pretty much was our big ones. Strike Witches, Last Exile, 4 Rhythm Across the Blue, I think it was called, Occupus Trip. Another one of those was a good. I think Helsing's probably their biggest one. So I don't know. I'm pretty so-so on Gonzo. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I don't know. K-Series kind of came to a decent end. What was it called? There was K series, and then there was the movie. I think I have it on my shelf. No, not that shelf. This is what me and Chris do a lot, by the way. For those that listen to the podcast and we're talking about, like, trying to remember shows, we're doing this as we're talking. Just looking around the walls and stuff. Where is my case series? It must be on the back wall. Anyways, Hood's Entertainment. I want to say that Hood's Entertainment's not good. I'm trying to remember them. So Drifters comes back up. We talked about Drifters a minute ago. So yeah, Drifters, 3D Kanojo, Mysterious Girlfriend X, If Her Flag Breaks. Yeah. Not a good studio. Production IG is a big one. I think Production IG is pretty similar to A1 Pictures, where they have a lot of stuff that they outsource. Psychopaths is probably their biggest one. Guilty Crown. Kimi no Todake. Eden of the East, that was good. Usagi Drop. I don't know, they have a lot of good stuff. Be the Beginning, the first season, was really good too. Welcome to the Ballroom was pretty well animated. I don't know, they're solid. I want to say that's a solid studio. I'm going to put them in great. S tier for you, Ihu. I can go with you on that. I mean, it's definitely solid. Production IMS. Yeah, the first season of Be the Beginning had some really amazing animation points. Production IMS is My Sister Testament, Sister New Devil. Blech. 100. It's pretty much it. I will say the one thing they have in this list that breaks my heart is Inari Konkon Koi Roha, which is really good. But I don't think Konkon Koi Roha can carry all this stuff. They did a season of Day-Day Live, the second one. Yeah. I'm gonna go so-so on them. I don't remember if they were one of the... Was Day Live 2, was that decent? I don't remember. JC Staff? I don't know. A lot of good stuff comes out of JC Staff. I don't know that I'm going to have a problem with that being too high. Toradora. Yeah, technically second season One Punch Man's probably a sore spot for a lot of people. Food Wars, Danmachi, Sakura Shao, Golden Time, Prison School. A lot of tsundere shows like Familiar Zero and Shakugan no Shana. Hentai Prince and a Stony Cat. There is one really big stain, that is the Way of the House Husband. Flying Witch looked really good. Yeah, they have CGI with High Score Girl and Duke of Death and his maid. A lot of shows, though. They're very much a very broad studio. That's for sure. Their way of handling House Husband and the Backstreet Boys really does suck. I'm going to probably go good. Yeah, I'll agree with you guys on good. that is, it's kind of one of those studios where they're not doing incredible stuff, but they adapt some really good stuff. Like, they adapt a lot of good stuff. Kinema Citrus. It's gonna be, I think, another smaller one, right? So we have Shield Hero, Made in Abyss, definitely one of the biggest ones. And that's pretty much it. Ping Pong Girls, or Scorching Ping Pong Girls, sorry. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, Made in Abyss and Shield Hero, and then, like, Barakamon, Code Breakers. That's it. That's pretty much it. And yeah, granted, Shield Hero and Made in Abyss have some really good animation points. Good for now. We can't tell yet. I mean, like I said, I think Made in Abyss has some really good animation points, and the backdrops are amazing. But yeah, I think they need to build up a little more. Kyoto Animation, easy. Let's not spend a whole bunch of time on that one. To give people an idea why I say that in case they actually disagree, is I think Kyoto Animation is an incredible studio for attention to detail. How they set environments, rooms, even with simple shows like K-On! And stuff, has a way of perfecting visual style and making an environment feel real with detail. Obviously, a lot of the shots they do, if you've ever watched, like, we literally, like, what, 2 days ago we had Violet Evergarden, the movie, was just way beautiful movie. Like, yeah, so granted, I do know that I was watching an anime, but as I was watching it, it's like, honestly, I forgot that I was watching an anime. There is times where they do, I will agree with you, Skillet. I've only, well, not overdo it. I don't agree with you. I've had the feeling of it. And that was with Sound of Phonium. There was a time where they were experimenting with certain things like panning shots, 3D panning shots, that I don't think pulled it off. But the emotion and everything in that shot was still incredible. Like, even though I did notice it and say, I looked a little bit off, it was still incredible. So I agree with you in one sense. But yeah, they're incredible. Alright, anyways, Le Deuce. Le Deuce. Or as they say, Le Deuce. Le Deuce is Magi. What do you call it? What was that called? Maidens in Your Savage Season. They did Fake Random Order, First Order, which was good. Classroom Crisis. That's pretty much it. Maidens in Savage Season, One Magi, Sinbad, and Classroom Crisis. I think they need some time. Yeah, Maidens look good. Like I said, I think First Order was pretty good. Enough that I bought it. But I think they're similar to, like, the other ones where they need more time. Madhouse. I don't remember much about Madhouse's history, or at least I'm not recalling Madhouse's history. I guess probably what put them on the map was probably Death Note. Death Parade was fantastic. Obviously, they do Overlord. No Game No Life, so you give an idea of their creativity. Monster probably was their biggest one back in the day. Let me correct myself in saying that Death Note put them on the map. Claymore. I kind of hated how that finished, but that's probably a directorial and writing choice, not really a studio. Perfect Blue. Did they do a lot of Satoshi Kon stuff? So you got Paprika, Paranoia Agent, Perfect Blue. Is this technically Satoshi Kon's studio? Some flops for them, I can say. Maybe Sunday Without God. I mean, it had some beautiful shots in Sunday Without God, don't get me wrong. Yeah, Sunny Boy, Tactopus, they're working with Mappa on. Princess Stride actually is really good, by the way. Again, Millennium Actress with Satoshi Kon. It's a really good studio, honestly. It's a really good studio. Place Further in the Universe, really good. Wolf Children. And yeah, the first season of One Punch Man, obviously. I don't know. It's got a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of really good stuff in there. Where did I say that they... Oh, you're talking about my comment about Sunny Without God. Yeah, they did Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, they're doing Tactopus. So they did... I think they said they did the first episode of Tactopus, and then Mappa did the second episode. I don't know if they're going back and forth or not. I haven't really confirmed that yet. I'm gonna go... Helm with Hunter x Hunter is... Hunter x Hunter's got some good stuff in it, right? Because obviously Hunter x Hunter's, like, was a huge chunk. That's like, what? At least 2 or 3 years worth? Depending on if they took breaks or not. I think good. I think I'm going to stick with good. I think I'm gonna go good with Madhouse. They've done some incredible stuff. Like I think that one fight with what was his name, Genos, and One Punch Man was fantastic. They've done some really incredible stuff though. Man Globe, Dead Man Wonderland, Samurai Champloo. The World God Only Knows, Gangsta. It's a train wreck there. There's a train wreck. Ergo Proxy, The Unlimited. I mean, Samurai Champloo had some moments, but I'm not gonna go very far on that one. Mappa. Yeah, Man Globe's already dead. It's already dead. Yeah, Mappa... Obviously, there's a lot of stigma around Mappa right now. I'm not interested in that conversation at this point. They've done a lot of incredible stuff. I'm trying to remember if they've always been really good. I want to say that Rage of Bahamut was what put them on the map for me. Was that technically their first big piece? Because they got a lot of money from Cygames or whatever to do that. Yeah, I don't think there was really anything before then that I really acknowledged. We obviously liked Punchline, but I don't know if we were technically acknowledging at that point. Yeah, which studio I think should have stayed on Attack on Titan, but again, that's that whole scheduling issue. That Mappa has flops, though. I mean, honestly, Inuyashiki, I didn't like the CGI in that one at all. With things like God of High School, which I didn't even like the story of God of High School, but I love the animation. A lot of the directing and animation that was in Terra and Resident was fantastic. Ushio and Tora was an absolutely spectacular readaptation of it. Punchline was great. They did a good job of Tactopus with the first episode. Jujutsu Kaisen's incredible. Dororo kind of fell off for me, animation-wise, but it's still great. I do think Jujutsu Kaisen kind of put them back on the map, honestly. I think I agree with you, Left Behind. I'm gonna go great. Again, obviously, their ability to retain that position is going to be telling in the next few years. But we'll see. NAS. What was NAS? I'm trying to remember that one. We're almost done with this. That is not NAS. Is it Nihon Ad Systems? Is that NAS? I don't know. I think NAS must be like a producer. Or isn't NAS the one that did ID Invaded? That's not NAS, is it? Not NASA, Genghis. Stop with your punny jokes. Or was ID Invaded Troika? That wasn't Troika, was it? It was NAS. NAS is ID Invaded. So what is NAS? What the crap? Is this a production committee? I kind of figured that because it has a lot of studios underneath its listing. All right, so there's NAS. NAS is a different story. Yeah, Invaded is NAS. What else do they have? I don't think they really have much. Hajimete no Gal, which is Hamatora, yeesh. Infinite Dendrogam, yeesh. Oh yeah, My Sister, My Rider, yeesh. Angle Moist, they barely finished Angle Moist. Angle Moist was just rough. You have no other humor, then just keep being you, Genghis. It's perfectly fine. I mean, It Invaded looked good, but yeah, this studio is just, it needs more. I want them to do better, though. They are doing another season of It Invaded, and I'm looking forward to that. OLM. Pokemons. Gotta catch all 276 episodes. The original Berserk. Komi-san can't communicate. Odd Taxi along with PICS. Just a lot of Pokemon. Just a lot of Pokemon. That's pretty much it. Did Gunsmith Cats. I'll give him credit just for Gunsmith Cats. I love Gunsmith Cats. Shrug. Shrug. Shrug, shrug. Passione. This one's going to be a fun one. I think Passione is all over the place, if I remember correctly. We have Roka Brave of Six Flowers. That one had some serious production issues. High School DxD Hero. Citrus. Ishuzuken Reviewers. The new Higurashi Go and Satsu series. Miraku-chan. Rail Wars. Hinaka Note. That was kind of cute. It's good. I'm gonna call that one good. I'm gonna call that one good. I think they did an incredible job on the new Higurashi series. Just like tone-wise and perspective and all that stuff. But yeah, animation-wise, the studio doesn't really do much. Like, visual animation stuff doesn't really do much. Rail War, right to the top. Rail War, right to the top. Genghis has spoken. I'm gonna go good. PA works amazing. Now, let me look again. I'm trying to think of when PA works went on my radar. Now, granted, my favorite anime of all time is a PA works title, and that is Sanasaki Roha. But I'm trying to think. I think the first show that I watched of theirs was True Tears. Yeah, I love PA Works because they do a lot of adult stuff, like grown-ups. Like let's actually look at, you know, people that live longer than 13 years. Kanon, I think, is probably one of the earliest ones I've seen of theirs, but I didn't finish it. Angel Beats, Nagiasu, Shirobako, Hanasaki Roha, another. Charlotte was one of the probably the only few flops that I didn't like. I also didn't like, what was that other one? It's the one with the stupid kids that were trumpets and stuff. Haruchika. Fairy Gone was me. But they just do incredible stuff. And they do really fascinating stuff, like with Eccentric Family was very artistic. So yeah. Yeah, Genghis, I know it's very... I really liked Tari Tari, actually, Yahoo. I think we did an episode on it. I really loved it. I think I had some issues with it, but I think it was good. The interesting thing with Tari Tari is they pull off casual conversation really well. Like, have you guys ever noticed that with anime and conversations, they rarely ever talk over each other unless somebody's deliberately trying to interrupt somebody. And even in those cases, you'll hear the person cut off before the person interrupts them. Tari Tari pulled off conversations where people talk over each other, and I think it's like it's a little thing, but I think it's really cool. It's very unique, I guess, is the best way to put it. Sorry. Pro. Studio Pro is Tokyo Ghoul, Naruto, Black Clover, Bleach, a lot of shonens. Yona the Dawn, GTO, instant amazing. Twin Star Exorcists. Akudama Drive, definitely a sign of their style. Being able to portray some really good style there. Yeah, big shonens. Naruto, Bleach, Black Clover. Not to say any of those are really incredible. I'm gonna go so-so. Am I gonna get some hate on Polygon Pictures? How are you guys on Polygon Pictures? The CGI company, by the way. So we have Knight Sidonia, Ajin, Blamu. Yeah, there was the Fist of the North Star Regenesis series, which I would say that's probably the biggest stain they have. The new Godzilla movies. How are you guys on Polygon Pictures? I didn't... Ajin had some good moments. And I really did like Ajin as an adaptation. But it is definitely an example of that stiffness. Technically, early on, Knight Sidonia was very stiff as well for CGI, for characters. But the mechas in that show were fantastic. I did like the new Godzilla movies. I didn't like the last movie, but but I haven't got into it very far. It's very in the same line as his works with things like Lycedonian and stuff. He has a very similar style to a lot of his stuff. I don't know. So far, I think he's just really good at drawing architecture, but I can't say anything about his story quite yet for Blama. The movie was good, though. It's very much people trying to hide away from technology underground. Like I said, I'm not gonna let Night Sidonia Mecha Battles carry that studio. I'll leave it so-so. I do enjoy a lot of their works, though, personally. Project number 9. Project number 9. We had You Never Thought That Was a Girl Online. We have Higehiro. I shaved and took in a high schooler. Bottom tier character Tomazaki. Not too much spectacular stuff here. Prodigies have an easy another life. Did I tell you to make my abilities average in the next world? Yeah. Meh. So-so. Are you fuzzy? I can check my, No, I don't have any drop frames, so it shouldn't be on my end. You can yell at me if it happens again. Would you go as far as bad? Yeah. I don't know. Well, we'll put bad. I'm not really partial for them at all. Lead-in films, my enemy list. See what they have listed. Tokyo Revengers for lead-in films. Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches. Akashic Records. Love and Lies. Magical Senpai, Terraformers. Yeah, nothing really great here either. Hanabata was okay. Yeah. And literally leading films, their butchering of Tokyo Revengers, I think, is well enough to put them in the bad category, I think. I'm not even going to put so-so. I think I was going to put him in so-so, but when I remembered Tokyo Revengers and what they did with the whole Manji symbol issue, yeah. Again, that's probably more to do with directors and choosing that, but that studio had a part in that, I think. Plus, yeah, because of that, plus a lot of other aspects of Tokyo Revengers didn't look that good, so. Anyways, as read. I've got like, what, 9 more? As read. So ad read is Future Diaries, Corpse Party, Shuffle, Big Order, Yusibu. High pedigree here. High pedigree here. Studio Satellite. Studio Satellite is Log Horizon, Vanadis, White Album, Macross F, Tonkatsu Ramens. We were talking about that the other day. Disappearance of Nagatoro Yuki-chan. Yeah, I can't go with that one. So which one was Satellite for Fairy Tail? Was that the first studio or the second studio? When did they take over for Fairy Tail? Does any Fairy Tail fans remember if it was A1 Pictures first and then Satellite, or Satellite then A1 Pictures? Because I want to say that it visually looked cleaner when they changed studios, but it lost a lot of... The screen wasn't as busy, I guess. Like, it felt empty. So I'm very mixed on the change of studios. They finished, so it would have been Satellite first, and then A1 Picture took over then. I don't know. Not a very good studio, though. Yeah. Shaft. What is everybody's opinions on Shaft? I'm probably not as big on a lot as most people are, but I'm curious if I'm not as... Because I've been surprised tonight on how many times I'm not as alone on my opinions, so... Shaft tilts. Madoka. That's the opinions, is Madoka and Shaft with tilts. So obviously the Monogatari series, Nisekoi. March Comes Like a Lion is probably is another big one for me, for them. Some more obscure ones is like Psychoelectric Girl, Sayonara Zetsuba Sensei, which I love Sayonara Zetsuba Sensei. Another one that's very obscure for some people is Tsukiyomi Moon Phase. Which I think that Tsukiyomi Moon Phase is probably one of the first ones that me and Chris watched. So, yeah, if you want to get an idea of how Shaft is not always perfect, look at Mikaku City Actors. No Monogatari. What does no Monogatari mean? No Monogatari, yes Monogatari. What are we talking about? Why are you guys arguing if they did Monogatari or something? Negima. Really liked how they did backgrounds and how they add aesthetic to the show. Good or great is deserved. Dance in the Vampire Bund. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the point, Yehu, is it's not like they're a studio that's perfect. And I think some people sometimes forget that. That's just like when I talked about Ufotable earlier, I pointed out that, yeah, they technically did things like Ninja Nonsense. They've not always had super budgets. I did actually like the Fate they did. Was it the Fate Extra? It had some problems for sure. Yeah, Fate Extra The Last Conqueror. I think I was like one of the few people that actually liked it. Which... I don't know if I have it here. Hold on a second. One second. Promise not to fall and kill myself. Dusty. it's dusty. There. See, just as proof, I liked Fate Last Encore. I liked it. Anyways, no, with Shaft, I love their art style. I love their creativity. I'm not big on Shaft as an animation studio, as I don't really agree with people that they do incredible animation, because, and unless it's something like Monogatari series with like a movie or something, they do something really crazy like the whole Kizumonogatari third movie. They're not very big on animation. I know they apparently did a lot of crazy stuff with Magia Record, the second season. But, Carbon, I will not admit or deny that I got the Blu-ray because of that. But they're a good studio. I definitely enjoy them. I'll probably put them in the great. It's just, there's a lot of good stuff that comes out of Shaft. But I don't think they're amazing. Shin-E Animation. They do hide dialogue really well. And that's the thing I would give them credit for. I would never say that anybody could have done the Monogatari series like they did. I'm remembering like scenes from March Comes Like a Lion. Never mind. I'm moving Shaft to Amazing. Sorry, I'm remembering scenes from March Comes Like a Lion. Just put it up to the top for me. I'm sorry. Shin-E Animation. If you guys have not watched March Coming Like a Lion, please, Carbon, do not tell me you did not watch the show. If you haven't watched March Comes In Like a Lion, Carbon, just don't answer. Just don't answer. Yeah, I don't think anybody could have enjoyed Monogatari if anybody else did it. Could you imagine if Ufotable did Monogatari series? It would just have like crazy... No, what if Gohans did the Monogatari series? You would literally have like the whole like camera circling the female characters and going around their chest and around their nose and up their nose and around their ears the entire time they're talking. Everybody's seen it except for Carbon. Well, Carbon's not saying anything, so I'm gonna assume that Carbon didn't watch it. Don't say you didn't watch it. Just don't respond. Oh, obviously you haven't watched it then. Lens flares and kicking music. That's what it would be, is kicking music and cameras circling people. So Shin-E Animation doesn't look like a hot studio. They have good shows. Teasing Master Takagi-san obviously is a really cute show. Denki Guy, high caliber stuff there. Sweetness and Lightning. That show about the banjos. Yokai Apartment Life. Just a very... I don't know, like I said, I think Takagi-san's cute, but... Carbon, seriously, Carbon. So do we just need to have like a intervention or something? Just kind of sit down with Carbon and just... Here, hold on. Carbon. We're here for you. We will help you find the shows that you need to find, and you will watch them. We will make this better. We're here for you. We're here for you. Okay. So shooting animation, I think... I wouldn't want to say bad studio. It's just studio hasn't really done anything. Yeah, we'll all get in a Discord together and just kind of talk it out. All right, Silverlink. Silverlink has some good stuff. I think Silverlink has also had some not so good stuff, so. Chivalry Fell Knight, along with Nexus, that was really good. Chivalry Fell Knight has some great moments. Kokoro Connect, Masamune Kun's Revenge, Watamote, and it kind of goes downhill from there. It's like, Nanan Biori is great. They have some good slice of life stuff. It's just they don't have, like, high-caliber animation stuff. Like, Nanan Biori is backgrounds and sound. And great characters and writing, but for visual aspect and audio aspect, it's backgrounds and sound. So I don't necessarily say that that's, even though it's an incredible show, that's going to put them on the radar for me. So I don't know. I don't want to say this is a good studio either. I mean, they have some good moments with, they have Fate Collide Liner, which has some moments. Yeah, Renge's expressions. It's literally amazing just from Renge expressions. Yeah, Arfaretta. Yeah, good stuff there. Well, you're doing really good for it, Carbon. I'll give you that. Pretty much the same for me, Genghis. Like, literally started watching back in the 80s, early 90s, and then took, like, an extremely long break before coming back and just divulging into it for the last 10 years, technically. Studio was built on Renge and Ilya tears. I don't know. I thought they had better stuff than that, honestly. I mean, like I said, they have good shows. Just nothing that says this is an animation studio. Like, look at our prowess. Roar. No. It's very slice of lifey. Like I said, Chivalry Fell Knight had some incredible anime. That last fight was, whoa, good stuff. Even the Misfit of Demon King Academy has some good moments in it, but I don't think enough to really build them up. Anyway, Sunrise. I mean, are we doing Sunrise? Obviously, like, Gundam and, like, 10 million other shonen-type long-running series. Code Geass, Cowboy Bebop, Gintama, which they've been doing for the last 20 years. Love Live, all the Love Lives. All the Gundams. Colorful. Escaflowne, we talked about that earlier. But again, this is kind of one of those studios where it's great when they want to put money into it. Because there's just a lot of stuff in their repertoire that doesn't really get that same attention, so... It's like, when they want to, incredible. So, when they want to, amazing. When they don't want to, so-so. So, I guess amazing, that's fine. Just for Gundam. Amazing just for Gundam. Troika hurts me. Troika hurts me. Troika's, I think, going to be similar to a lot of the other ones where it's like, here's a studio that just needs more time. Because yeah, at least technically Troika like come out of things like I'll Know Is Zero. They went off to they did Recreators. They eventually did El Melway, Lord El Melway, Rel Zeppelin, Grace Notes. I know. I think the only thing that was kind of shrug for me that they've done so far was probably even Bloom Into You looked really great. They really adapted that well. But like Beautiful Bones was probably the only shrug for me. But I think they need more time. Yeah, I think they've been pretty much all Troika does now is the stupid Idolish 7 stuff. And that's the only thing that breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. But yeah, I think they'll eventually get there. So I'm going to put them in so-so. Team S Entertainment does a lot of stuff. I don't know exactly what kind of balance they have in good and bad. Dr. Stone's technically keeping them on the map right now. Rent a Girlfriend. Megalobox, they did some really cool stuff with Megalobox. Obviously, they've spent a lot of time here recently doing the Fruits Basket new adaptation, which I think looked good. It looked good. Like, it didn't really push any bounds with the Fruits Basket adaptation, but it kept it looking good. Oh, they did Pilot's Love Song? Ugh. Pilot's Love Song. Ugh. Ugh. Everybody involved with Pilot's Love Song needs to just quit anime. I don't know, like, I'm looking at a list and literally Dr. Stone and Fruits Basket's new adaptations are really all they are. Everything else is kind of like shrug. And even, like I said, even with like Dr. Stone and stuff, they have some moments in it and the art style is great, but it's not like it's heavy action. Toei Animation. I'm not going to read all 500 million shows they've done. They're more like a producer than anything, but obviously One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball. It's literally shonen. Literally shonen studio. And see, this is where I come to a issue. They do a lot of shonen, but is any of it good? Not is Dragon Ball good? Is One Piece good? Do they look good? I don't necessarily say so. I mean, they've had moments, but you're talking about long-run series that just don't really do much visually. Like, at least with like something like Sunrise, I can say, yeah, if you look at something like Iron-Blooded Orphans running for 50 episodes, that's got some insane action scenes. I can't say that for Dragon Ball and stuff. I think a shonen tier list would be terrible from me. I've dabbled in way too many and not finished them. Like, I get so close to the end of stuff and I stop watching them. Like, I'm literally like 2 episodes from being done with Bleach. 2 episodes from being done with Naruto Shippuden. Yeah, Goku's hair does change. They managed to change the color hue very well. This is a funny one. Trigger's a funny one because I've always been known, I think for quite a long time on our podcast, everybody thought that I was the Trigger hater. Like, everybody thought that I hated Trigger. And I think here recently I came to a realization that I like more shows from Trigger than most people probably realize. And I think why I got the negativity was because I never finished Kill la Kill for a long time. Because I never liked it. I kept getting bored of it and stopped watching it. And eventually I finally finished it. And I was like, shrug on it. I'm not a big Kill la Kill fan. But because it took me so long to finish Kill la Kill, everybody thought I hated Trigger. And granted, I never liked Inferno Cop either. And I think a lot of people big on Trigger at the time liked Inferno Cop. So I was Shrug on Kill la Kill, and I didn't like Inferno Cop. And then they came out with that other short that I wasn't a fan of either. Space Patrol Ludico. I was Shrug on Ludico as well. But here was the thing. After that, I pretty much liked everything they did. Hackadal was okay. But, like, Dynazenon, I loved it. Technically, I did love Little Witch Academia, the OVA. I wasn't a fan of the TV series. BNA I was good on. I really liked Supernatural Battles Became Commonplace, which I think a lot of people don't realize is Trigger as well. I love Darling in the Franxx. I was okay with Kisniver. So I'm a lot more positive than negative on Trigger as a whole. So I thought that was really funny. Now, when it comes to animation, I think that's where I differ from a lot of people, and I think that, like I think we put before on our podcast, Trigger does a good job of hiding the lack of animation. Now, nobody will argue that the Little Witch Academia OVA was a visual masterpiece. Like, there's literally nothing wrong with that. But when it comes to things like Kill la Kill and stuff, they do a really good job of hiding that they're just doing this over and over again with the animation. It's these 3 frames over and over again as it moves around, so you don't know that it's just literally the same 3 frames. So besides Little Witch Academia, which is actually amazing, like if all they did was Little Witch Academia, amazing. But yeah, they technically need to do more to set themselves out there. But I don't know, they do some really incredible stuff. Good and great. I'm between good and great. I think most people, like I say, disagree with me, and they go with the idea that everything they animate is fully fluid and incredible. And so they'll go great. But I'm more of a stickler with that kind of stuff, so I'm gonna probably stick with good. But again, I think it is a good argument to say that I think they need to do more stuff to set themselves aside. Because, yeah, when you do really think about it, they haven't really done much. I mean, full-length series, not shorts. Full-length series. They've done the Little Witch Academia TV series, Gridman, Dynazenon, Kisniver, Darling in the Franxx, Kill la Kill, BNA. 7 series. Oh, and Supernatural Battles Became Commonplace. So 8 series total. Yeah, it is actually surprising how small their catalog is, and how prolific they are despite that. Yes, Carbon, I do agree. I think I was making that point with what was it? Phil? One of the other studios that did that volleyball game that I was talking about. Hard Chica. Not Hard Chica. Did a good job of hiding that they were using the same animations for the volleyball show. That would be interesting to have if Trigger picked up Chainsaw. Yeah, I did not like the Flash animation look stuff of Infernal Cop. Now, I'm fine with people finding that really funny. I didn't find the comedy funny, but I'm fine with people liking that because it was funny. So, I just lost a whole bunch of viewers because I put Trigger in good. Am I getting unsubs too? Let me see. I don't see unsubs. I think we're good. So, Studio 4C. This is another one that's kind of lacking. Detroit Metal City. Pretty much it. They did something on the Animatrix. Harmony. Yeah, they need more stuff. Genghis is not here anymore. Genghis has left the building. The problem with Chicken Gynax was the story was dumb, but they give sad feelings as well. They have no consistency. Toei and good, Perot and bad? I don't know. We've gone too far from that. I don't remember my decision was based on, so. You're late to the game on our decision for that one. You can scroll back to find my reasoning for it. But yeah, I appreciate your opinion on it. White Fox, obviously, ReZero here recently. Steins Gate, Kamika Kill. Goblin Slayer. I technically liked a little bit of Girls Last Tour. That was fine. Stuff with Izzy Art of Rabbit's good. Katana Katari is definitely a sign of what they can do with a good art style. So I don't know. I think this is definitely heavily riding on ReZero, the popularity of Steins Gate, and the artistry of Katana Katari. I think a lot of my decision on Perot was on their adaptation of... No, that was Passione. I'm thinking of a different one. Never mind. That's a good thing. That's a good point, Carbon. Sticking with art style is good. I think that's another one that kind of needs more, but I think they're good. I definitely appreciate a lot of the work they're doing on ReZero. I think that's, like I said, a lot where they're getting the bank from right now. Which studio? That's another one that I'm curious of. I don't know that I've looked in their past a lot. Obviously, we know them for things like Attack on Titan, but I don't remember if I've ever looked into their history too much. Obviously, Attack on Titan, Seraph of the End, again, Ancient Magus' Bride, Vinland Saga here recently, Great Pretender, Vivi Fluorite. Yeah, so pretty much Attack on Titan put them on the map. So this is pretty much a studio that pretty much all their work visually looks really incredible. I don't think you can really argue that one too much. Yeah, Great Pretender did look really good. And again, very, very interesting style for the character designs and stuff. Two more. We're almost done. Yeah, and I will still say that similar to Mappa, their switch to CGI for those Titans did screw up Attack on Titan quite a bit, unfortunately. Zebek, we have Keijo. Enough said. I'm just joking. Keijo looked pretty bad. It had its good moments. Keijo did have its good moments. They did put the effort where it was needed sometimes. To Love Ru, Keijo, Love Hina, Tokyo ESP. Talk about a source material bait. That was Tokyo ESP. What a shame. Yeah, that's not a very good studio. Oh, I didn't realize that Science Starter was not in this list. I literally went and looked for... Because I literally had to create all these, by the way. I had to create every single one of these icons. Because I couldn't find, like, a standardized. So I took a big picture of a bunch of studios that was on a webpage. And I cut out each individual one of these logos and stuck them into a even ratio image and then uploaded them. And apparently Science Starter was either not recognizable or I subconsciously removed it. I feel like something just turned off. Let's do Zex first, and I'll decide on Science Starter. Zex is... Yeah. Diabolic Lovers, Mangaka and his assistant, Flowers of Evil. It's not much good here. And we talked about Cloverworks earlier, too. I figured I'd end up missing some stuff. That's why you guys are here. So... Science Sorrow. I will put aside my differences in Science Sorrow to strictly look at it from an animation standpoint. Obvious things like Ping Pong the animation is... seen as objectively incredible. Hike Monogatari is so far visually beautiful. I was okay on Japan Sinks. Devilman Crybaby, I couldn't. I have not watched Walk On Girl yet. But I don't know. Izuka I did not like. And I didn't even like the animation in Izuka either. I think a lot of my issues isn't so much their ability to animate, it's more in their style of animation. So don't get me wrong. I put Silent Sorrow in great. I put aside my issues with a lot of their adaptations, and I put them in great. Especially with what I've seen of Ping Pong the animation and what they did with that, but that's what you get from me. Take it or leave it. Cloverworks, because they butchered Promised Neverland, they go in F. But no, seriously. Horimiya, Wonder Egg Priority, they help with Darling and the Franxx, obviously. Balance Unlimited. Shadow House. They have a lot of really good shows. I think the only thing here that I'm seeing that's not that great in animation-wise... probably just Persona 5, the animation. Yeah, I think Persona 5, the animation is probably the only thing they've done that I'm not happy about, animation-wise. Everything else looked really good. So I'd put Cloverworks in great. Because, like, Slow Start, Wonder Egg Priority, a lot of scenes in Promised Neverland. It's a really good studio. Persona 5 is, I think, the only one that I've seen of theirs that I'm like, woof, like woof. Look, woof. Like, what are you guys doing? You should have just played footage from the video game. We'd have been a lot better. Yeah, Wep alone. Just Wonder Egg Priority alone. I mean, even Bunny Girl Senpai looked great. Horimiya looked great. Oh my gosh, the OP for Horimiya was fantastic. Shadow House, Babylonia as well. Babylonia was surprisingly good. I will be honest. I had zero expectations for them to pull off Fate Grand Order Babylonia, because we just came from, like, you know, obviously Ufotable doing everything Fate, and suddenly they're like, wait, Cloverworks is doing one of the Fate franchise things? That doesn't make any sense. And they pulled it off. They had some really cool scenes in that show. Really amazing stuff in there. Hey, Havoc. Well, you'll have the VOD to watch. Unfortunately, yeah, you missed the live reactions and the ability to call me out as we went along. Let me see how long these other tier lists are, if I want to call it with that. The horror tier list is pretty long. I feel bad though. Like I'm like, I might just go ahead and save the rest of these for next week, but I'm like, oh, Havoc just logged in. I'm gonna cut off the stream now that Havoc just came in. I'll do Magical Girls with Havoc. Is that good? Will that make you happy, Havoc, if I at least do the Magical Girls with you? Can I link the Magical Girl tier list? Now, this is literally just Magical Girls that I've watched, Skillet, so it's not like you're gonna get every single Magical Girl on this list. I just couldn't find a tier list online that had all the stuff that I watched. I think we technically did a Magical Girl tier list the last time we did Tier List Thursday, but it was missing a lot of stuff that I'd actually watched. You hit the snooze button, Havoc. You hit the snooze button. Yeah, it's surprisingly it's not as pink as the other one was. I remember we were joking about the last time, it was very pink. There's a little bit of a haze over here, a little bit of it right here, like a little bit of U shape here. That's about it. All right, so starting things off, we have Pretty Sammy. For those who don't know, this is Sasami from the Tenchi Muyo series. They did a Pretty Sammy series. It was a decent, like, it was surprisingly decent. It's one of those things where it was technically based off of a spin-off joke video they did, which I have. No, it's not there. I thought I had it right. Oh, there it is. Andrea's disappeared again. I think it was in this one. Yeah. This is literally the literally the only... Well, no, I have the movie too. But, I traded... Sorry, dust on it. I traded a friend... The friend that got me into anime, actually. I traded a... Why are you not focusing? I traded a friend for this, VHS of Tenchi Muyo. And it literally has Pretty Sammy in it. And obviously, the bad thing about these days is that this is literally like, what, 2 episodes. This is the old days of anime. You got 2 episodes on a VHS. But I got that from him, and I got it because... No, I got the movie from him. I got the movie from him, and I bought this at the store. That's right. But yeah, that was back in the days when you bought it, and you got 2 episodes. And I got it because it had Pretty Sammy in it. Mixmaster, do not set your expectations on that one. I'm sorry. Do not set your expectations high on that one. I put Trigger in great. Put Trigger in great. But yeah, my gosh, this is going back in time. They even have the. I even got it with the cover. My first favorite movie. Well, besides Akira, this is the first anime movie that made me bawl my eyes out. There's Tenchi Muyo in Love. And it even has like the... It's like the old days of VHS where you had like the cover you could put on it. It's like a protective cover. It actually helped it. Probably kept it a lot more safer than not having that. Anyways, side tangent. So yeah, Pretty Sammy. A lot of these... By the way, a lot of this tier list right here is going to be based on really heavily nostalgia. I think the only ones that I'll be critically critical on is stuff that's newer, like obviously pretty much everything here, like Madoka and stuff like that. But a lot of these other ones, like Pretty Sammy and stuff, are very nostalgic for me. But even still, I probably put Pretty Sammy in the good area. This is Moi Desukara. I think it translates to something like I'm tired of being a magical girl, something like that. It's essentially about a series where a girl becomes a magical girl, but the funny thing it's a skit comedy. It's a short comedy that's based on the idea of her not wanting to be a magical girl because her magical girl costume is a swimsuit, and so she hates it. And it was really, really funny. So I'll put that in the great area. A lot of fun. Kogami R was really fun. I don't think I've necessarily seen much of the older series, but I got a huge kick out of it. The new series was a lot of fun. Granbelm? Was that the name of this show? We were trying to figure out what the name was earlier, and I think I just remembered it was Granbelm. I don't know that I'd call that a magical girl, though, because they do have outfits that they put on when they go to fight, but they're in mechas. Carbon, you haven't watched Moi Desukara? Did you just literally admit to not watching another show? We just talked about this. We literally just talked about this, Carbon. I think it's on Crunchyroll, actually. Let me see. Crunchyroll. Mahou. Yeah, it's still on Crunchyroll. You can correct this one pretty quickly because it's like literally probably 20 minutes worth of show. There. You can fix that one pretty quick. Just add that to your list. So Granbelm, I'm so on. I like that it was animated. Well, I wasn't gonna put it in the magical because it literally is not magical, so never mind. I cannot believe I forgot the name of the show. We literally had somebody have to point out the name of the show to me last time. Was it White Fox? Or was it Cloverworks? I guess I could just pull up my Annie list. It'll tell me. We're doing genres. Mahou Shoujo. Pardon. Just give me 1 minute while I remember what this stupid show is called. Unless somebody already told me. That's fine. I mean, granted, with a lot of magical girl shows, they do technically hit on the same concept, but every now and then one will kind of do something that's interesting. Like, obviously, Madoka Magic is a really big one. Matoi the Sacred Slayer, that's the show. Certain ones do specific things, but yes, Madoka Magica definitely sets itself aside from a lot. I think I think Yuki as a hero definitely does something different. There's the comedy ones like forget the name of it again. Magical Witch Puni-chan. Magical Witch Puni-chan, Moi Desu Kara are definitely ones that do really good comedy with it. Yeah, the Pretty Boy one and the Muscle Boy one is definitely one that's interesting as well. There's like this one right here does a lot PTSD with magical girls, where they're basically dealing with, you know, the horrors of combat while being magical girls. So there's ones that do different things. But going into it just because the girls transform, it's not really going to give you much benefit. So anyways, yeah, Matoi the Sacred Slayer. This one was pretty good. Definitely felt different than a lot of other magical girls. A lot less on the cutesy thing and more just on the slice of life and dealing with becoming a magical girl. Magical Sight is extremely dark. But I mentioned before, Magical Girl Sight is extremely dark, but at the same time, it's interesting because of the mechanics of it. For one, each magical girl gets a device. So, say I became a magical girl. Don't clip that. And I was given this camera lens cap. This is my wand. Like, they would be given like the most random stuff. Like, one girl got a pin. And if you have possession of that item, you have the ability. But if you use the ability, it harms you. Like, it literally kills you over time. But the interesting thing was that if somebody were to take my pin, they had my ability. And that was the cool concept that they had with this particular world, and plus the aspect that they were all so different. And some of the abilities were actually very interesting, and like, one was like you were able to control people. I think one was controlling time, that kind of stuff. So the mechanics of it were interesting. It was very dark, very, very dark, but it had a lot of potential. I just kind of wish they would have more of that show. I almost was tempted to actually check out the source material, but it was fleeting. So it's good. I like it. I am reserving judgment on Magi Record because I'm still angry at the mobile game. I really like this one. I guess technically it's kind of a more reverse thing because technically the show is about the demon girl. It's Demon Girl Next Door. The magical girl is what she's trying to defeat, and it's really fun. It's absolutely adorable. So you have watched Demon Girl Next Door. So good, Carvin. You're back on my good side. It's super cute. It's super cute. I really love it. I'll put that in great. I'm looking forward to the next season of it so badly. So I'd put Madoka in here twice, I believe. So here's the distinction I want to make here when I get into Madoka. This left one is the movie. This right one is the TV series. The TV series is so-so for me. I actually didn't like it by the end of it. No, I don't know if it's so-so, but good. The TV series is good. The movie is amazing. Like, the difference there is primarily in pacing, whereas I think the TV series drug it out way bad. But when it came to the movies, it was so perfectly paced. Like, I struggled to get through the TV series, and I went back and I watched the movies, and I loved it. And that was me rewatching the story. That was my problem, Skillet. I put a lot of money into the game, and they literally shut it down within a year. It felt wrong. I felt like they just stole my money and left. They were playing off the fandom. The fandom gave them money, and they went, we're not making enough money, bye. Which, yeah, business sense, I understand, but still, it feels wrong. I've yet to watch the second season. So, yeah. Ilya, I really love the first season. It's kind of dropped off a little bit for me in the later parts, but I still enjoy it. I'll put great. I'll put great. This one's an obscured one. This is Wish Upon a Plate I think it's called. It's basically an advertisement for Subaru. Because all the magical girls fly around with vehicle noises. I want to say I enjoyed it. As odd enough as that is, I think I did enjoy it. I can't remember. I'm gonna put so-so. It's such a dorky show. It is an absolutely dorky show. It looked good if I remember correctly. I think it actually looked really good. Yuki as a Hero is one of my favorite animes of all time. As I've mentioned before, I've invested quite a bit into the series. So I put my money where my mouth is. Let's see. It's like a trapeze act over my dog. It's okay. It's just one of the other ones fell over. Don't worry, dog. Just like panics. Just like panics. So this is how much I love Yuki as a Hero. These are the Pony Can ones, by the way. These are like your bank calls you when you buy them releases. Because you want to make sure that you're not being stupid. Very gorgeous sets, by the way. That's how much I love Pony Can. No, I hate Pony Can. But how much I enjoy Yuki as a Hero. So yeah, that's an easy. Yeah, very beautiful artwork. So happy about the returning of the season, and I'm really happy to see that Sentai has it. So Sentai Filmworks can do a physical release that doesn't cost this much. But the sad thing is that the people that get it from Sentai Filmworks won't have to suffer the cost, but they won't get the cool artwork. Anyways, yeah, that's an amazing category for me. I just really love that series a lot. I didn't really finish these, so I'm not really gonna judge that one. I didn't finish this one either. They are goofy. I did find a lot of funny things about what's this one called? It's like it's basically pretty boys being magical girls instead. I forget what the name of it was called though. Let me look at my AniList. It is called Cute High Earth Defense Club Love. And then the second season was Cute High Earth Defense Club Love Love. Surprisingly enough. And the right one obviously was the... I don't even have it in my list. Never mind. I thought I had it in my list. Because I know I watched a few episodes of it. Magical Girl Ore. Didn't work for me. I bought those sets from Right Stuff. They're from Pony Can published them. Yeah, I think Chris bought the Sound Euphonium releases they did. Those were equally as expensive. Pony Can, that's all that Pony Can did was these types of releases. They would just make these gigantic box sets. Which is basically a sleeve that scratches terribly, as you can see. It says Pony Can USA on it. And it's a gigantic, to give you a perspective here, let me get another Blu-ray case. I don't have any Blu-ray cases out here. To give you a comparison here. So there is a regular standard Blu-ray case. And that's a Pony Can case. So I'm going the wrong direction here. There. So they're huge. Then you open them up. There are 2 discs they lay out there, which I really hated because they had this one disc that folded up and there was another disc underneath it, and this broke a lot. And then they always came with art cards too. So very beautiful artwork on the back. And that was the thing. That was the seller for me. Is like, it is excessive. But if you really enjoy something, that was the thing. With Ponycan, if you really love something, this is great. Because this is something that you cherish. But if I was like I kind of liked this show, but not that much, having to pay just that much to get this, I wouldn't want to do it. And I think that was the problem with a lot of their shows, is that it was like, I like your shows, but I don't like them that much. There's like interviews and stuff in that one. And then yeah, that was the other cool thing, was their large art cards. Like I said, if you love the series, these are great releases. But then when it came to something like, I think they did Roca Brave of 6 Flowers. I think they canceled it because they didn't get enough people buying it. And it's like, well, it's Roca Brave of 6 Flowers. It was a decent show, but nobody wants to pay. These were what, $50? Not $50. I think they were 90 each, and they never went on sale. So $90 is obviously for anime is like really, oof. Damn, I'm forgetting how I put this in here. You gotta put this in a special way, otherwise it bends. And you don't want to bend something that expensive. Yeah, Roga, I think, could do good with another season. I'm not sure. Ponycan, please. Ponycan, please. Yeah, I think of my collection, this, my Hanasaki Roha collection, and my Evangelion box set are my favorite. Alright, Togo fans. Togo fans. This stuff is so gorgeous. Just such gorgeous artwork. God, I love it. I'd be happy I bought this again. Yeah, Togo. Togo fans. Yuki fans. Too pure Yuki. Yuki, where's your picture? She's so mad at me right now because I moved everything over there. It's like, what the hell you want me to do? Bark in acceptance? Alright, right. One more and I'll stop showing off my Yuki Unas. My Yukis. What Yuki? I didn't actually name my dog based on Yuki Una. I actually named my dog based on Wolf Children. Yuki from Wolf Children. Finally, best big sis right here. Oh, no, this is the little sister. Such good color. Such good color. So yeah, the sisters. This girl broke my heart so bad in the show. Like, I cried so much when her sister just lost it. Such good stuff. Now, that's the problem. We technically faced that problem when we got into Sound Euphonium, because like, obviously they did a release of Sound Euphonium. like this, and my brother ended up buying it. And the problem that came from it was that when the second season came out, Pony Can wasn't doing it. So the first season we get these kind of box sets, but what happens when the second season comes out in physical? I'm gonna have, here's how this is gonna look. So we got Yuki as a Hero first season, and then Sentai Filmworks is gonna do a release, and then suddenly here's Washio Sumi chapter. It's not gonna look like they match each other, because obviously Sentai Filmworks is not gonna do a release like this. So that's the only sucky thing, is you're not gonna have that like uniformity, and I hate not having uniformity. So that's annoying. Silent Voice box set was good too. That's what I should do. Instead of doing a room tour, I should just do like an entire video where I'm doing this. That'd be dumb though. I have not watched King Ranking yet. I need to, tomorrow morning I'll probably pirate to watch 180 Seconds, because I was waiting to hope that somebody would actually pick that up, but they didn't, so I will be pirating it. But yeah, I'll probably watch King Ranking tomorrow. Yeah, what, I'm not sure what would be longer, me grabbing stuff off the shelf and just laying on the floor down here as I'm looking through them. Like I have like a bunch of Blu-rays down the floor here as I'm showing them off. Yeah, it's a timely process. Very timely process. This one, what was this one called? It was the one where there was a battle royale magical girl. Oh my gosh, and I hated. There was some. Who was the character I hated in that show with a burning passion? It's called Magical Girl Raising Project. So this one's Magical Girl Raising Project. Swim. Yeah. Swim. Did anybody watch Magical Girl Raising Project here? Does anybody hear me when I say that Swim's the worst person ever? I'm looking for a picture of her. Oh, here was the most adorbs girl. They had some really cool art styles in this show, too. That's one of the reasons why I was so drawn to it. It's had a really good art style to it. You got the main character here. Yeah, there she is. Yeah. There's so many annoying characters in the show. Oh my gosh. I'm getting like bad flashbacks looking at this. It's a dark magical girl, by the way. Yeah. Carbon recognizes the art style. You think that's gonna save you by you saying that you look at the art style? I think it is somebody. I seem to remember they had a character artist of something else. Who was it? Maybe not. Anyways. I almost want to put this high because of how angry it made me. But I'm not sure if that's necessary. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to leave it right there. I don't care. Just saying, look at remind me to episode 13. Hope you change it. You'll have to, you have to clarify on that. I'm not sure what you mean. Sailor Moon Crystal. I have Sailor Moon Crystal on here, and I think I put the regular Sailor Moon in here too, didn't I? No, I didn't. I did like how they did Sailor Moon Crystal. It definitely condensed it really well. I'm still kind of in the good territory with Sailor Moon. It's not always been my favorite. Oh, okay. Ioto, I got you. I have to remind people how great Ioto is by leaving this up above my head. The aspects of your PTSD for episode 13 is your own problems, unfortunately, and mine as well. Flip Flappers. It had some good episodes. It really did. Not too many. Plus, there was only like literally one technical Magical Girl episode. Everything about the last episode. When you talk about last scene. Everything about that last episode. Cardcaptor Sakura I have on here both. I don't know why I didn't have Sailor Moon on here both. I love the original season, a series of Cardcaptor Sakura. It's technically my favorite Magical Girl of all time. I will admit that, again, this is nostalgia talking. It's not like the most incredibly paced show back in the day. I think what I liked so much about Cardcaptor Sakura over Sailor Moon was because it had this goofy aspect to it where her outfits were changing on a regular basis. Because literally her Magical Girl outfits are what her friend makes her. Like, her friend makes cosplay for her. So every time she went out to like battle and stuff, she would get these new outfits, and so it would always change up that style for her. It was really cute. Clear Car Hen, I wasn't. Again, I think this is probably due to nostalgia being so heavy on the original Cardcaptor Sakura series, that I think the new series didn't really live up to that expectations. So that's another one that I gotta. That was another expensive one, by the way. Oh. Don't drop my gunsmith cats, please. Don't drop the gunsmith cats. Ugh. This is the stupidest box set, by the way. Like, of my entire collection, the one that I hate, one that I actually hate. So... Seems normal, right? Cardcaptor Sakura seems normal. But then when you put it upside a standard release here, it's like got bulge to it. Because when you open it up, see this rounded... The hell is this? Like, whose idea was this? It's like a capsule. It's like a weird stinking capsule. Like, what were they on? I don't even know if there was like a rhyme or reason to any of it. Like, it's standard insides, but why? Like, what does this have to do with Cardcaptor Sakura? Yeah, like a flask. It's like... It doesn't make any sense. There's literally... There's, like, no context to it. Like, I don't... Like, it's not like there's a thing in Cardcaptor Sakura that looks like that. So, in the end, they have to make this overly extending box that doesn't fit any shelves. Anyways, sorry. But no, I wanted to grab that because NIS America did this. And for those who don't know, NIS America pretty much left anime in general, so I wanted to grab this before they stopped printing them, because I wasn't really sure where it was going to go after they finished. Nobody, no, we don't talk about that, Yahoo. We don't talk about that. I think I calculated how many total Blu-rays I had at some point. I think it was like, I don't remember. I think I tweeted about it at some point, but no, I don't remember. Maybe I'll count it when I finish doing my room tour at some point. Cutie Honey, this is a new one, I think. Was okay. I thought it was alright. Shugo Chara is like that right there with me. Like, Cardcaptor Sakura is my favorite of all time for magical girls. But right there next to them is Tokyo Mew Mew and Shugo Chara. Tokyo Mew Mew and Shugo Chara were like, again, taking what everybody else was loving about Sailor Moon. I was enjoying these different things about Shugo Chara, Cardcaptor Sakura, and Tokyo Mew Mew, where they have like these interesting extra quirks. With Tokyo Mew Mew, it was almost similar to Sailor Moon, but the main character wasn't obnoxious. She was just like a normal girl. She wasn't this annoying crybaby all the time. Plus catgirl aspect. Shugo Chara was just like more about style. It was a very stylized version of it, very gyaru, that I really enjoyed too. So, again, I'm not really remembering too much on Magic Knight Ray Earth. This one again is like a more comedy. This is funny because so you have Cardcaptor Sakura, cutesy magical girl. Then you have Madoka Magica, dark magical girl. You have Moi Desukara, or you know, even Kamui R here. Cute magical girl plus comedy. Then you have this show, which is literally like dark magical girl plus comedy. And that's pretty much where its bread and butter is. Like, her whole shtick is that she's supposed to be a magical girl, but she, like, causes destruction. She's, like, the worst magical girl that you want coming to save you. And that's why it was funny. And that's why I really enjoyed it back in the day when I watched it. Yes, I'm really looking forward to the new Tokyo Mew Mew. I think Nozomi did a release on that one. No? Maybe? I could dust my room. It's just listed as Anime Works. Let's see. Yeah, it's literally like if anybody ever watched Dokuro-chan, it's very much like Dokuro-chan. It's not really so much cleaning them from dust. It's getting in, like, I have like a lot of my shelves are like perfect. I actually make a lot of my shelves, and I like perfectly spaced shelves. So to clean them, you literally have to take out each DVD, clean, and then put it back in. So. But I clean the face of them a lot. On the outside, Puni-chan looks like your average magical girl. She's a cheery princess from another land. She's attending school on Earth for the year, and she has as an adorable animal sidekick. This glare is killing me. But cross her and prepare to pay the price. The sweet young lady becomes a merciless force of destruction, leaving bodies utterly broken by her signature submission holds in her righteous wake. And while it seems that she has more enemies than friends, and that even her sidekick Payaton is out to get her, no one can deny that Puni-chan is irresistible in one shape or form. Yeah. The vegetable thing was weird, though. That's what the funny thing is. There was the, her transformation thing was... There was something about her transformation thing that she said was really weird, too. Anyways. Sorry. Was that it? No, I don't even know if I'd call that a magical girl. This one's cool too. Spec Ops Asuka. This one was really interesting because it's about, again, like I said earlier, PTSD and magical girls. So like it starts off after they had this big war, and there's like people essentially using the threatening the lives of magical girls' families to force them not to fight. You have characters that are like in battle and they see death before them, like other magical girls get splat, and that affects them and they have that trauma. Like I said, it's like magical girls with like military PTSD mixed in with it, and it's actually really interesting in that regard. But they didn't really adapt too much with that one, so that's the only unfortunate part about it. But I really did like it. So yeah, that's my whole shoujo list right there. No, I haven't watched any of the Precure. I do want to though. What do you usually start with Precure? In like each season of Precure, pretty much like separate, like they don't really connect too much. But yeah, like figure-wise, I just have, for Magical Girls, I have the Cardcaptor Sakura big one, which I'm not going to drag out here. And then a Yuki Yuna one. That's pretty much all I got for Magical Girls. Yeah. Okay, Carbon, have you watched Precure? Have you watched Precure? Don't stand on high horse unless you've watched it too. Now, I think Precure is literally the only... I think Precure is the only magical girl that I haven't watched that I technically do want to watch. Like I said, besides seeing Tokyo Mew Mew come back, that's exciting. Did they actually play off each other? I thought they were pretty much self-sustained or self-contained series or something like that. I did finally finish Squid Game today. Nanoha too, that's true. I have watched quite a bit of Nanoha, but I haven't finished it yet. That's another one that I'm kind of... Of course, we were technically waiting for them to get somebody to license it, and I think that Amazon was the one that ended up popping up on it. They ended up picking it up. What I think about Squid Game? I wasn't too bothered by the dub. There was a lot of times where the dub bugged the hell out of me, but it kind of fixed itself. But it was good. It was solid. It was definitely one of the better of those types of survival type stories. I just think it kind of had a... I want to say the last game was disappointing. I think that was the only thing I didn't find that good about it. The last game was disappointing. Like, it felt like it was this big build up to something, and the last game was like, oh. I don't know, let me see. I don't know, it might be a pain in the butt to get the... Let me see if I can get the Yuki-ina out. Oh, let me do this. At least you have something to look at. Just for you. Of course, I have my other screen down here in the way. I have my cases all sealed. Well, that's all right. Oh, God. Please don't break, Yuki. Yeah, probably a good idea to wait for the hype. I honestly wasn't really too bugged by the hype. Ooh. Very gentle. I really love this thing. This is literally one of my favorite figures. Just love the pose. Light better. It's got that whole... They got to prop it on something. It's already getting a little bit of a lean to it. Yeah, like I said, it's easily one of my favorite figures. Like I said, the only problem, I might prop it up a little bit. So I've had it for probably, what, 4 years now. It technically does have a little bit of lean already. But not too bad. Especially since you stand like that for that long. It's probably a little bit uncomfortable. But yeah, no, I would like, and they probably did it. Because I would really like if they did a, the hero version of her. What they call it, the Mangai version of her, I think they call it Mangai version. Where she has a head of Chromia going on and the whole kimono. That would have been an awesome figure. Find somewhere to put this. And yes, it does come with the minions. And I've already had one of these break. Can you focus? Yeah, Bloom version. That'd be crazy. They'd probably be like super expensive too. I guess while I have that open. Show off the other thing that I talked about on stream already. And that is the girl that's always behind me. That's probably one of my... That is technically one of my biggest figures. Can you focus, girl? Can you not see her face? I gotta hide behind her. There we go. Okay, that's ginormous. That was a long time ago. It's probably a very long time ago. Oh. Yeah, that's the only one I really care about in that one. Well, no, the obviously questionable build on the rocket version. It's something I have to look back at every now and then. I've only got like what 3 figures of Rim. Not that bad yet. Because, yeah, that's the other... Oh. The other questionable one is that one. The other one that technically raises eyebrows is... I don't know why. It's perfectly PG-13. Yeah, Subaru... Why Subaru from ReZero is most hated character in anime history? Because he rejected Rim. All because of that. Well, some would argue he took the optimum route. Because the route that Subaru technically took says that he can have both. Because by rejecting Rim, he was able to go get Emilia and get her to agree that he can have both. At least that's what he's going for right now, so. Emilia Sims. I could not understand the Emilia love for the longest time. But like I said, the second season finally explained her, so I'm happy with it. I never understood the Emilia thing because I literally felt like they didn't do nothing to really tell anything about her. But season 2 did it. Yeah, I will never get over episode 18. Episode 18 was very difficult to get through. Anywho, I think I've taken enough stuff out of my cabinets and stuff that I'm gonna end up tripping over something. Yeah, I had to stop life. I pretty much got a point to where these things were full, and I had to stop buying them. It all started with one Nindroid of a Miku. And that Miku Nindroid turned into many other things. Until I started getting rid of furniture so that I could fit Detolfs in my room. Drove all the way down to Atlanta, Georgia. A good 16-hour drive just to buy Detolfs. Filled them with figures. So yeah. And then I pretty much forced like 2 more Detolfs into my brother's room. That was good stuff. Anyways, that was a fun stream. I hope that you guys enjoyed. Wow, I didn't drop any frames this entire stream. I kind of doubt that. I think something didn't register. But yeah. I appreciate y'all not yelling at me too much for having terrible taste in Isekai studios and Magical Girls. Probably mainly because nobody knows any of the shows I talked about in the Isekai one, nor the Magical Girl one, which I think makes it really incredibly easy for me to do tier lists when I talk about subjects that nobody watches. Yeah, that's pretty much why I turned my camera off for a minute, because as you see, this white line. So the Detolf essentially has 4 panels, obviously. There's 3, 1, 2, 3. So the back, right, and left. And then they have a door. And the problem is that it's sealed from dust besides the door. So what I do is I went to like a hardware store, and they have these tile cornering strips that they sell like usually on the corner of the aisles. And you can actually cut those tile strips and put them in the door. Oop. So it looks like this if you go to the hardware store. If I can get that to focus like on something. So it kind of looks like that. And so it has one edge where you can slide it onto the glass, and then it has another like leg that comes out. So you can easily slide them into the sides and have it go over the door. Beyond that, I usually use like a masking tape or something like that to seal the top and the bottom. So it pretty much makes it dust proof. And then I only have to pretty much dust them once, maybe every year, if that. So that's how I both avoid dust, and it also keeps it from jumping temperatures too much inside there. So that's how I keep sane with dealing with figures. Otherwise, I would never be able to do it. Plus, up at the top, this is a football helmet case, and that does really well in keeping dust out. You'll usually get a little bit of dust that kind of seeps in at the very base into it. And then over here, you can't see it, it's off screen. I have like a football version of it, and that one holds my my deep sea Miku, which I'll probably show off in my videos for my room setup stuff. So yeah, I hate dusting them, so I try to keep that dust off there. Plus, if you're getting dust on it, it's very hard to clean, plus it causes them to bleed. So like I had an example of that recently. I have a my Azunya. I have an Android in Azunya, and the other day I was kind of just doing some random stuff. I think I was watching a show or something, and like randomly out of nowhere I hear a thump, and then when I went over later on, I realized the thump was Azunya's head. You know how the Nindroids have like their neck joint is basically the ball with two rods, so it connects the head to the body. That rod just snapped and her head fell off. So she like randomly decapitated herself. Like the weight of her head finally gave in. That's when I realized that, yeah, she's pretty much been sitting out for so long, she started to bleed. So that's what PVC does after a while, is it starts to bleed. It starts feeling like that, like sticky. Whereas like these figures being in that case for a long time, they still feel like they originally do. They still have that matte feel to it. Or something that's left out and not protected, like Azunya. Azunya here, like I said, her freaking head fell off. She already has like almost like an oily feel to her, which is what technically, don't clip that. Which is a sticky and oily feel is usually that sign that humidity is starting to make it bleed. The PVC is starting to bleed. So it like feels nasty. Yeah, no, I'm fine with the dust. Like dust is easy to clean. It's that bleeding. That's the sucky part. And usually the dust leads to the bleeding, because the dust keeps it from. No, Azunya's fine. No, what I had to do. This is the annoying thing. So basically, head came off. And so this rod right here that goes into the body broke. The part that you can see sticking up. So how do you get this ball out of the head? I had to take like a really small screw, put it on the tip of a screwdriver, and screw down into there until I could grab it and then yank it out. And then I had to do the same thing to get the rod out of here. I had to stick a screw down inside that hole to get the rod out. But after the surgery, Azunya is perfectly fine. She's happy again. She's perfectly happy again. Kakagururi is not my type of show. I enjoyed quite a bit of the first season. It was alright. I never did get into the second season. I think I watched a little bit of the second season. I'm not a huge fan of the derpy face kind of thing. What do you call it? Aho face thing, and I think that was like most of that show. That's actually worse. Life, the boxes themselves insulate so much it can actually cause it to heat up and bleed faster, from what I understand. So you technically do want it to breathe a little bit. Keeping it inside a box can actually damage it. Unless you're keeping it in, like, I don't know, chilly degrees inside of a closet or something. Like I said, just keeping it inside of a... Obviously, the biggest thing about... Number one suggestion for figures is to keep them at a room temp. Room to chillier temp. Any kind of heat or moisture destroys them. Keeping them dusted so that the dust does not trap in heat and moisture. Those are the main two key things. Avoid sunlight. Sunlight destroys them. Any kind of UV rays will destroy them. So it's a good thing to keep your room nice and dark and dreary, is to protect your figures from the hazardous sunlight. I think the only one I have in a box is my Azunya 2. I have my Azunya. Where's my Azunya? Oh, she's in the other case. I was gonna pull her out. I got my was it the 5th anniversary? I picked up one of those 5th anniversary Azunyas where they had them in the... What was this? I forget what the album was for, but it had each of the girls from K-On! And they were in like these really cool outfits. But I got the Azunya one, and after I bought it, the price on that figure shot up, and I left it in the box for the longest time, and I finally decided to take it out of the box. I think it went from like 120 and it shot up to 250 immediately. But yeah, I was actually really... Unfortunately, when I got that Azunya, I was planning on actually buying all of the 5th anniversary K-On! Figures because they all looked fantastic. But I think that was right at the same time that I decided to stop buying figures because I just didn't have any room for them. So I never did go out and buy the rest of them. They were expensive though, so it's probably good thing that I didn't. Like, granted, that's me saying that when I have my most expensive figures is easily Cardcaptor Sakura, the clear card one. The Hook version of Saber Alter. I think that's the two biggest ones. Yeah, I think that's the two worst ones. I can't remember which one's next after that. Yeah, hopefully there's no problem. Like I said, I don't think it's too much of a problem keeping it inside of a box, but there's just like the film and stuff that they keep on the figures to protect it. Because obviously you have like the plastic mold that kind of suspends the figure inside of the box. And then they always have like this plastic film that they put right on the figures themselves that prevent them from rubbing on that plastic mold. And I think having that plastic film covering them like that, it causes that kind of that inability for the PVC itself to breathe. And I think that's what caused the damage. I've never personally experienced it, but I think that's what the going thought is. But I think if you do keep it in a good, cold temperature storage, I don't think there'd be too much of a problem. Yeah, I think I'll just leave that to YouTube. I'll YouTube search for... I don't know. I'm sure somebody out there probably unboxed all those 5th anniversary K-On! Figures. They were gorgeous. You know what? I'm actually happy that I have not looked at a Winter Wanfest in a long time, or any one of the Wanfest festivals. I used to watch those Wan festivals like hawk, and I'm gladly have not looked at those in a long time, because once I stopped collecting figures, it was a good thing to stay away from them. I wanted no temptations whatsoever. Any rate, it's getting near midnight. I need to call it a night so I can actually be able to get up tomorrow and do the videos I need to do. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me and creating some fun discussion. Hope you guys enjoyed. I have to figure out how to get all this stuff put away once I get off the stream. But thanks again, guys, for dropping by. You all have a good one. Have a good night.